To everyone present, I am Shemonti.
And I am Rupsha, will be your host for the day.
On behalf of the Department of Journalism and Mass Communication of Sister Nivedita University, I welcome each and every one of you to the second day of the 4th National Media Conclave. Can I receive a round of applause, please? Thank you so much.
The conclave also partners with Cyber Peace, which highlights the growing importance of digital safety and cyber ethics in media practice, and Grooving Kolkata, which adds a creative dimension to the conclave by integrating culture and youth-driven culinary expression into its fold. Shoppers Stop added a selfie booth to keep the Gen Z trends in place. Together, these partners underscore the conclave's forward-looking vision. Adding to the academic weight of this year's conclave are two internationally renowned education partners, the International Association for Media and Communication Research, Gender and Communication Wing, and the International Communication Association. Their involvement situates the conclave within a global framework of media scholarship, ensuring that discussions resonate beyond India.
Yesterday on day one, we did set the stage for this conclave with inspiring sessions that examined the media's role in shaping meaningful in contemporary society. Well, on day two, we carry the same spirit forward with equality, thought-provoking conversations. Our focus will be on marginality, mainstreaming, and the power of representation. Themes that challenge us to rethink how communication can truly include those at the edges of society and how popular culture often frames our straitjackets, indigenous, and marginalized voice. With that, let us officially begin today's proceeding.
Ladies and gentlemen, it is now time to begin our first plenary session of the day. With the critical question, what communication truly includes the marginalized in mainstream discussions. We are honored to welcome our distinguished keynote speakers for the day. Firstly, we have Dr. Anupama Chaudhuri, a principal at Women's College, Calcutta. After completing her MPhil and PhD in English, Dr. Chaudhuri did her MBA diploma in Industry Interface, Diploma in Marketing and Digital Marketing, both certificate and diploma courses in French, and also certificate and diploma courses in mental health. She has also done several certificate courses in different areas of management, entrepreneurship, inclusive education, and holistic development. She has a certificates in peer review and copy editing from Publons Academy, UK, London, and from other reputed institutions. Dr. Chaudhuri has completed certificate courses in Spanish, Italian, and few other foreign languages too. She is in the editorial board of journals of national and international repute and review papers for Oxford and a few other reputed journals. She has postgraduate teaching experience of 20 years. She has also completed 73 MOOC certificate diploma courses offered by reputed universities from abroad. Please have a big round of applause for ma'am. Ma'am, we welcome you on stage.
With that, I'll request Professor Dr. Minal Parekh to come up on the stage to felicitate ma'am. Can we have a round of applause, please? Thank you. Please, a round of applause. Thank you.
I request ma'am to deliver a keynote address, please.
First, a very good, I do suppose it's still morning, it's not 12 noon, so a very good morning to you all. It's a privilege and pleasure and really a deep honor for me to be here today at SNU, the university which speaks volumes in different perspectives, and it talks about inclusivity in the real sense of the term. I bow down to the dignitaries, to the luminaries who are present over here. To the management, a huge thank you. And to the girls, thank you all for such a wonderful introduction. I have been given like 10 minutes, so it won't be a keynote address. It would be just sharing a few thoughts with you. To the wonderful students out there, to the management who have invited, the people from management who have invited me, my humble gratitude. This conclave is very important. As I was going through the discussions, I feel that it's 2025, and we need to look at things with different approaches. I would begin with a very seminal text from Jacques Derrida, The Memoirs of the Blind. It's important to me because it talks about the first painting. It talks about the Maid of Corinth. Let me just tell you a one-line story. So, there was this man who was Debutadus, and he had a beautiful, attractive daughter, just as you girls are. And she was called the Maid of Corinth. Now she had a lover, and the lover was about to depart to some foreign country. And you know, in those days were not the days of selfies or groupies. And therefore, the lover was taken to her father's pottery. The pottery had walls. It was almost built within the mountain. And with the help of a lamplight, she tried to outline the figure of the lover. When she was trying to draw, either she could draw or she could look at the lover. Both things do not go together. And therefore, when she was drawing what? She was drawing a shadow. She was drawing an image, and the shadow is not real. Therefore, the politics of presentation and representation. Who is marginal? What decides what is marginality? This is not just a binary term, the center margin. It's not about the periphery. And this morning I had a wonderful conversation between Mr. Ghoshal out there, a veteran in the field, and with Mr. Arindam Basu. And Mr. Basu was telling that even the elitist, the elites, can be marginalized, or they can be marginals. Therefore, it's neither about the minority, it's not about just a group of people. Therefore, I go back to what I was telling. The politics of presentation is very important. Who gets to decide whom to represent, how to represent, and is there a way to do representation right? And therefore, margins and centers are malleable. There are no hard fixed constructs out there. And therefore, it's very important for the people of media because we have come to this world where we're talking about post-truth. We are talking about a post-human world. And therefore, it's very important that you get aware of certain things, whether it be the socio-cultural things, whether it's be like gender, sexualities. Because even when you talk about gender, already we know there are 76 genders out there. We are talking about gender blender. So if you are talking about, for example, the queer economic geography or whatever, so many dimensions are there. So till date, we are thinking about feminist geography, gender geography, but now we talk about queer gender geography. Therefore, so many perspectives. Be it literature, be it life, be it cinema, be it films, be it any media. With these words, I know there'll be plenty of discussions. He'll bring in Stuart Hall. I've seen some abstracts also. He'll talk about music and other arts, aesthetics, the margins out there. So, with these words, once again, a huge thank you for taking such an initiative. And I know my takeaway would be, I'd learn from this conclave. Thank you once again.
Well, thank you so much, ma'am. It was indeed very enriching from hearing from you. Now I'll hand over the mic to the convener of the conclave, Professor Arindam Basu.
We are just waiting for 5 minutes for Amrita Ganguly to reach. She's the other keynote speaker in this session. And in the meantime, the students are here, the participants are here. From a lot of participants have inboxed me asking, rather some of them have congratulated me for taking a theme up like this, where we are talking about the unrepresented. Now, I have certain ideas about unrepresented, which I wanted to share with you all. Please understand that though I'm standing here and I'm being so serious, it's just a filler. But what I'm going to say is not a filler. By the term, when we decided on taking this topic, there are a few incidents in my personal life that have always pointed me towards the marginalized. Thankfully, I will not have to talk for long, but I will just share a couple of anecdotes. Like, I have been a sports reporter for almost 2 decades, and during my time, I have traveled the length and breadth of the country, and I've come across people, like for example, in golf clubs, the caddies are there. The caddies are the people who carry the golf clubs, and so there is this caddy from Calcutta, SSP Chaurasia, 3 generations of caddy, and he is the Asian PGA Tour winner, a celebrated golfer, someone who broke the margins and came to the center. There are several other anecdotes like this which I can give. Story of Deepika Kumari. Deepika Kumari did not take up archery to win in the Olympics. Deepika Kumari joined Tata Archery Academy because she would get 2 square meals and she will not have to go and relieve herself in the open. So the necessities that make for greatness are very different. They are achievers in their life, but they did not begin their career or their life to attain that greatness. It was to escape the present situation that they were in. So when I talk about the marginal, I don't only mean marginal in the sense of the indigenous people, the people we are forgetting. We have marginal people in our midst who live their soil and they come here. Have you ever paid attention to the vegetable vendors who come to your locality every day? You hear each of them and you keep a record of their voice. Each voice talks about a region from where they have been displaced. For myself, I had written a paper on the voices of the vegetable vendors, showing the places they had left. And believe me, they are around 150 kilometers away from Kolkata. Say some of them have come from Gobodanga, some of them have come from the interiors of other regions. And the language in which they speak carries the soil with them. So marginal has various other aspects. Now I would request Shemunti to please carry forward the session. And Amrita, welcome to the seminar.
Thank you, sir. We are extremely honored to have with us Ms. Amrita Ganguly. With an illustrious career of 23 years, wears many hats: an editor, a photographer, a communication specialist, a fundraiser, and an academic. These are just some of the roles that she juggles. An alumna of Lady Shri Ram College, Delhi, and Symbiosis Institute of Media Communication, she has worked with leading organizations like Times of India, BBC Worldwide, Network 18, Walt Disney India, Zee Media, Tata Steel, and most recently Tata Motors, where she serves as the Chief Diversity Officer. A strong proponent of self-driven change of collective good, Amrita Ganguly says she simply creates compelling narratives for lasting impact. In her personal time, she invests in silent meditation, retreats, and explores road trips, a top LinkedIn voice on many niche subjects. Amrita is also an active mentor to senior students, early career leaders, and women entrepreneurs. Can we receive a round of applause from ma'am? Thank you so much. Ma'am, can we have you on stage? I will request Professor Dr. Milal Parekh to come up on the stage to felicitate her. Ma'am, on stage. Can we receive a round of applause, please? I'll request ma'am to share her keynote speech.
A quick check on time. How much time will I have? 10 minutes. 10 minutes. Thank you so much. So it's still morning, so very good morning, everybody. I'll start with an apology. It was my intention to get here on time, but man proposes and God disposes. In this case, the traffic clearly had a mind of its own. Nonetheless, my gratitude to the Institute, the faculty for inviting me for this session. It was delightful to listen to some of the snippets that I could catch. I'll start with the cue that the Deepika Kumari cue. So the Deepika Kumari cue connects with me because I'm from Jamshedpur. My father worked for Tata Steel. That's the regular part. The fun part was my sister lived next to the archery field. They were just doing trials. They called a few students. And next year she played the archery nationals. Deepika's story is similar, again, access. So to me, I think the starting point on the topic we have for today is to not tell you exactly what I was briefed. I mean, I would be very boring if I followed instructions, right? But when you look at media representation and especially with marginalized communities, I would take a step back and I see students in the audience. Let us have an understanding of what to you is marginalized and what to you is mainstream. Because I would want to question the very basis of assumption when we use these words. So anybody, I will not let you sit quietly in the dark. So you have to participate. What's mainstream for you and what's marginalized for you? Please feel free. No, we have these seminars, we have these heavy sessions, but it's sometimes very simple to pause and ask, what do these words mean exactly? What's mainstream to you? There's no right and wrong answer. What does it mean to you? Louder? Okay. Anybody?
Say something.
Yes.
Good morning. Is it on? Good morning, ma'am.
Morning.
I think the media which gets more exposure, it's the mainstream media.
Okay.
And nowadays we have like one or more marginalized media, and the people who are marginalized are also being exposed through that only.
No, so I don't want a correlation. I just want, what does the word mainstream mean? Mainstream means what? What's
Which has
mainstream
more
to
exposure.
you? More exposure. And marginalized?
Which has less exposure.
So your filter is on exposure.
Yes.
So if I don't know about rocket science, am I marginalized in the subject of rocket science? Yes. It depends on the filter,
depends, yes.
right? That what filter do you apply to decide who's mainstream, exposed to it, and who's not mainstream and therefore marginalized, right? It's a filter you apply.
Yes.
So absolutely correct that there is a sense of in the know and not in the know. That's a good definition. One more person, marginalized and
Thank you, ma'am.
mainstream. Thank you. You must participate, you must question. Don't be passive, attendees when you have an opportunity so beautifully set up by your institute. What is marginalized? What is mainstream?
Amrita, I'll just take a minute.
Sure,
I'll
sure.
just get the whole thing rearranged. All of you come in front. Come in front, all of you. Those who have earbuds on, please take it out. And all of you, sitting at the end, last rows, please come in front. Come, all of you. Suvarna, Deepika, Veronica, Rajnandini, Shikriti, Saas, Momitara, সবাই সামনে চলে এসো। এগিয়ে এসো, জয়িতা, please come. Push forward. Chaumili, come. Sanjana, all of you, second row. We need some halchal here.
Absolutely.
आ जाओ, सामने आ जाओ।
Where will you find such cool faculty? See, this is the whole point. The energy should not be missing from the room. Yes. Okay. Thank you so much, sir. Yes.
Hello, ma'am.
Hi.
So for me, marginalized means the news is the people that are being suppressed, or that the people that are the people that are being suppressed by the bigger authorities like political parties and people like them. And mainstream means the people who get more exposure, like the celebrities, political powers, and whom we think are the superior in the society, and we ourselves give them the power to be on the mainstream media. And myself, Swarupa Datta.
Swarupa. So you're putting the filter of power,
Yeah.
of exposure. Can I also throw in decision making? That somebody whose decision gets taken is mainstream, somebody
Who
who's
influences the
who influences. Sure. Thank you so much. In fact, you cut on a very key word, and I want all of. Thank you so much,
Thank
Swarupa.
you, thank you.
I want all to pause on this word in terms of has more power. One of the most predominant effects that I have seen, and in the course of being in my corporate career, my media career, and the time I spent with the social sector, now I work for diversity in a manufacturing organization. One of the key things that all of y'all as individuals and future leaders need to pause and ask yourself, what are the attributes I give to what I consider mainstream? What's the attributes that I give to something that I consider marginalized? And usually, it is a matter of access, it's a matter of exposure, it's a matter of power, economic strength. These are filters that makes who has power, who has access, who has decision making, and who doesn't. And one very important thing that my 3 years with the Tata Steel Foundation taught me is we mistakenly also throw in one more differentiator, and it's something I am guilty of and everybody in the room is probably guilty of. We assume that the marginalized are more intelligent, and the marginalized are more stupid. I'm using the word openly. And the people who are in the mainstream are somehow more intelligent. And if you apply the filter of wisdom, it has taken us thousands of years to realize that economic disparity, technology disparity, gender disparity are not necessarily equal to a disparity in wisdom. Now with the massive push of sustainability, with ESG, with SDGs, corporates are waking up to the realization that, a growth-driven infrastructure, how do we measure a country's success typically? Easy? GDP, right? GDP is manufacturing productivity output-driven framework. Does it factor the care economy? Would GDP survive if the care economy was not there? What is the care economy? That somebody goes to work and somebody stays back and takes care of maybe the younger people or the older people. Would manufacturing sustain if the care economy was not there, right? And there's no metric for the care economy. But over years, 200 years of industrialization, we have assumed that GDP is the only yardstick of growth with constant disregard for the other part of the machinery that keeps the GDP going. So again, productivity, manufacturing, growth in sense of product outcome is a limited view of the world. So that's one clarification you need. Second, gender. You'll have heard of a lady called Judith Butler. Yes? If you haven't, please do. She's an offshore thought leader, but when she first proposed the sense that gender is a construct that's more to do with how society conditions you to think one way, that this is, if you're a man, you dress like this, if you're a woman, you dress like this, if you're a man, you feel like this, if you're a woman, you feel like this, and all these attributes of gender, beyond your biological sex, is all conditioning. And of course, when she did that, what did we say? Burn her, kill her, throw her in prison. She's questioning what we believe in. But if you go back to human history and you see, we all know that for the longest time, I think 6th century, we believed that we were a geocentric ecosystem, which is Earth at the center of existence. Still, here comes cool Copernicus and says what? What does Copernicus say that challenged the sense that Earth is in the middle of the solar system? Heliocentric theory, right? That the sun is the center, and imagine usko kya bola? Maro jala do, pagal ho gaya hai. He's questioning what we obviously can see. I am here and the sun is moving. So how can it be heliocentric, right? Every time somebody has questioned the notion of what we know, whether it is the geocentric, heliocentric, whether it's somebody questioning the notion of gender, to a point of very recently, I will share with you all that we are now questioning the point of intelligence and wisdom being something mainstream. And it's very important to understand that before I come to media, that why do we assume that mainstream is intelligent and somehow marginalized is jingalala? It's because we have been conditioned. Media, which is creating these disparities, is going to further propagate, as does the Saas Bhi Kabhi Bahut Hi kind of content, right? It helps perpetuate. If you study system theory, you'll realize that by design, any system, even if somebody new comes in, will brainwash them for the system to survive. Therefore, anything that is mainstream will constantly make you believe they are right and who's marginalized is wrong. So now is the time, like there was Copernicus and then there was a Judith Butler, there have been several people in history who have questioned the norm. Let's question the norm that why is mainstream considered more powerful, stroke relevant than marginalized? And that's my exposure and my little piece of sharing I will do with you all, because in my stint with Tata Steel Foundation, the approach is totally different. We are not a fundraiser who will go and give money to the community and say, come, I'll feed you and I'll educate you because what? I am the Annadata and you are the beneficiary. Change the narrative and say, I have material access which you don't, and you have wisdom that I have moved away from. Can you reintroduce me to it? And that's the inception of a program that Tata Steel Foundation has been doing for 10 years. You're very close to Jamshedpur, so if any of you have the opportunity to visit Samvad, every year on Birsa Munda's birthday, November 15th to November 19th, Jamshedpur hosts over 300 tribal communities every year in a program called Samvad, and Samvad effectively means a dialogue, where we don't put marginalized community, again I'm using that word very loosely, to put across the table and not somebody who I have to stand up and give gyan to. So when you put them across the table, small things we have learned, I can tell you for food, they still use indigenous grains. Today it's so fashionable to have quinoa and amaranth and I'm so healthy. Yeah, they have been having it all the time. We have gone to processed food and we have come back to natural grains, right? Food. Music. We of course have technology and software to create fantastic music. There is an instrument in the Santhal community that when you play it like a string instrument, others can't hear it, but the thumping can only be heard with your own heart. Because when you pluck it, you actually hear a thump in your heart. Isn't there a more beautiful form of music that only communicates to your whole being? So everything we found, music, food, culture, and of course thought on lifestyle, on what growth means, what development means. And then we say, "Arey, ye to ESG ka theory hai." That growth and development can't happen without nature. Growth and development can't happen without people. Of course, Jane Tata said this 120 years back, that community is the very purpose of existence of enterprise, not a stakeholder. But he was a visionary, chalo wo ek exception the. But predominantly we believe that we are here and they are there, and this wisdom equation is something I would want all of you all to correct. That wisdom is available. We have access. We have economic advancement. We probably also have a degree of technological advancement. But that doesn't make us better equipped to deal with the life that we have to in the next 100 years. Right? So let's revisit that definition of marginalized and mainstream, point one. Point two is communication. As students have marketing, journalism, PR, you'll all know the model of communication. There is a sender, there is a receiver, there is medium, there is a message, and what else is there? Noise, right? So in a successful communication, where in the mainstream, we are talking about mainstream being, the voice of the political agenda, mainstream being the voice of whoever is funding that particular media house. We all know about that? Last row? Do you agree? Mainstream, usually the content defines what whoever is funding or whoever is in political power in media, right? Right? But is it successful communication? If you go back to the communication loop, it is being put out, but the reception is, one hopes, enough intelligence to say, but this is propaganda, it's not content. One hopes. But does it happen? With a divide and rule approach, I know as a fact, and I'm not ashamed to share it with you all, my own parents, because they have grown up in a time when there was a lot of regional disturbance when they were growing up, till today, no matter what I tell them, that this is propaganda and it is fear, psychology, don't believe it. No, that community can't be trusted. Because for generations, they have been told that they cannot be trusted. You go to that side and say they can't be trusted. You go to this side and say they can't be trusted. Over time, you believe that each other can't be trusted. And I said, have you had any interaction? Like I said, Amader Barir Pashe, Mr. Khan Chilo, did he come out as someone who will take out a talwar and slice your head off? No. But when we become recipients of media, we often get influenced subconsciously and we don't know, we lose our objectivity. So the point two is, all of you in the room, when you're consuming media, before I come to creating media, when you're consuming media, please don't lose your objectivity in terms of blindly being influenced or letting others be influenced by what you hear. Because that it's evident that it is colored content given the political agenda or the economic agenda of that setup. Right? So it's a failure and all of us are guilty of it. That's point two. The final point is, successful communication loop, that if the communication meets the objectivity of a sender, receiver, and a message going through, utility-based communication, as I heard some of you already speak about it, that there are enough success stories that have worked where it has taken not just language, that there is plurality of language so that more people understand. There's also medium, that it is not just the broadcast or the newspaper or the TV access. There's a very successful case study of the Kankhajura station where HUL actually created a model where created a community radio to create content that was more accessible to a certain demographic. And the popularity of that, even to business, was record-breaking even for those times. And it's not a new project, it's an old project. There's been success stories there's a Mandeshi Foundation in Gujarat that has, again, it runs its own community radio. So radio has brought in access in a fantastic way. And most recently, if I look at democratization of media access, where impact and takeaways have been met successfully, you will laugh, but it's a very unexpected one, but the data shows that this is what's working massive. Any guesses? What has proliferated the most as a medium? Not TV, not radio, not newspaper, obviously, because that has a literacy barrier. What has created access in a way we didn't envisage? Even before social media, that needs an account, right? Even before social media, it's WhatsApp. Today, from Tamil Nadu to Andhra Pradesh to Rajasthan to Kashmir, the primary route of communication and access has become community WhatsApp groups with voice notes, which is not dependent on literacy or language because I can customize my message to the group I'm sending. Weather forecasts come to farmers through WhatsApp groups. They don't need an app. They don't need to log into some fancy weather portal. A daily WhatsApp note key, this is the prediction for the week, keeps them connected, and there's utility. So you're seeing a very beautiful shift where technology is now not a stronghold of the mainstream. It's permeating into what we have known as marginalized, and now giving them access to start competing at a pace which was slightly faster than what they were historically doing. But is that enough? We all agree it's not enough, and this is my closing anecdote for you all. John Elkington, किसी ने नाम सुना है? Okay, so maybe that's not your subject, so I don't expect it to come across. But have you heard, at least in business, of the triple bottom line? In any context, triple bottom line? Profit, people, planet? So a business is encouraged to think not just for profit, but also for people and planet. And first time in the history of paper writing, since all of you are academics, you all can think of paper writing as something that's been as long as humanity itself. In the history of paper writing, John Elkington was the first person who recalled his paper. Recalled Mane, he had published it, made a hypothesis that we need to have a triple bottom line approach if we want a sustainability of Earth, planet, everything else in a sustained manner. He recalled his paper because he said, I was wrong, this is not enough. Which means development as we know it, if you know at the rate we are consuming, the Earth is going to get absolutely erased in record time because that is the kind of consumption patterns we are seeing. And John Elkington, being a specialist who actually spoke about factoring people and planet in your business plan, is actually saying this is not fast enough. So what do we do? What do we do? And that connects back to what I started. Marginalized for economic knowledge or any other kind of metrics that you know is the very people to go back to and take the wisdom that is more indigenous in nature, that's more historic in nature, that's more close to earth in terms of survival. And if you take that wisdom and give it the scale that currently it doesn't have, as creators of future communication, you are going to do a triple favor. You're going to create impact that's more holistic. You're going to create a business model that's more sustainable. And you're going to create a point of view that Copernicus and Judith Butler and everybody else did, that what we are doing is not right and we need to shift. And as creators of communication, it's a moral obligation I feel individually, and I would want to pass it on to all of you all, that communication is not about earning a salary. Communication is definitely about creating a narrative that can impact change. And when you enter your work fields as individuals and as collectively as students of this wonderful institution, please carry that responsibility seriously. Because our definition of marginalized and mainstream, our definition of what we think is effective communication and what it is not, our understanding of how technology can be disruptive, and finally the responsibility of us as communicators to make sure that we create a more equilateral environment for everybody who's on this planet. Thank you so much. Happy to take questions if any. Otherwise, that's my piece for today.
Any more questions? Anyone?
কিছু কিছু বুঝতে পারলে না সব মাথার উপর দিয়ে গেল No, the reason I really want you all to have this conversation, I am 47, my daughter is 20, and as with every true blue Bengali, we fight every day. Okay, but it's a healthy fight. I don't want youngsters to be in agreement with everything the institute says or older people say. You all must question, you all must absolutely disagree. And that's the only way we can ensure that there will be collective growth. If I have everybody in agreement right now, then I've done something wrong. Any voice that disagrees with what I said? Yes, please, sir.
You have said this WhatsApp is the best communication, but you know this mobile user is 76%. I was just checking, this is 1.1 billion active cellular mobile connection. That means non-users are marginals.
Of course.
So how we will communicate to them if they are not mobile users?
True. So I think that's a very pertinent question. That digital penetration today is still not optimal. The metric that I was using is that the access of mainstream communication, whether it is, say, a newspaper that has or any print publication, it has a literacy barrier. There is any kind of broadcast that still needs radio stations or something, so that has another technological barrier. The third piece is that the physical barrier that Sir mentioned in terms of a handset and therefore access to WhatsApp. The point is that the model that we are using is that even if one device per village behaves like a broadcast device, so it's not an individually owned device, but if I can even break it up by Gram Panchayat or by smaller units, it becomes a broadcast device which is not for personal use the way you and I understand it, but it becomes a medium that, and it happens that in the Gram Panchayat, in the Chauraha, that morning dispatch comes, it's played out, everybody can hear, and they all nod their heads and they go away. So the use, the way we are imagining and the way that they're actually using is little different. It's a community device. But what I will further take the liberty of sharing that WhatsApp also fails there because it's information. So one example I give in my classes when I do in terms of communication, we were trying to educate some Jharkhand tribal communities quite away from the city on nutrition. And what did the funder do? Classic. Funder made a pamphlet with nice pictures, with nice words in English. Okay, and those pamphlets were distributed in this village. Can you imagine the success rate of that? Big fat zero, right? What worked beautifully, and we had to calibrate ourselves as communicators, we actually called the old lady of the village and said that, do you have a song that we can put in lyrics to talk about feeding the right things to the children, and how Maggie and Marie biscuit are not healthy just because they come in a packet. Look at the conditioning. Because it comes in a packet, they think it's healthy, and these are the most nutrient negative products you can put into your stomach. So eating lapsi, eating rice, we wove it into the song, and we asked the lady that, Shondebala, when you're sitting in the community, sing that song in the lyrics of what you should feed your children. And that reception was fabulous. So when I say communication to be done in the language, it's not just the dialect, but also the language that they understand. Written medium is not something that has reached the communities yet. But if you sing it back to them, if you play it back to them as storytelling, those messages land better. And frankly, there were no answers we had. We also learned from hit and trial. But engaging them, co-creating the message with them is definitely more successful than putting something from what I say, our world to their world. Doesn't work. But very pertinent question, sir. Thank you.
I'll just take this opportunity to introduce Joyantada.
Yes.
Joyantada is the consulting editor of NDTV.
Yes.
He has been a journalist for over 35 years and has covered a wide gamut of... He's always been in the corridors of power. He's been Delhi-centric.
Of course.
So, and he's a fabulous author also. He's written so many books, and I'm a big fan of his.
Okay.
So I took this opportunity to introduce also Joyantada.
Absolutely.
And then there is one small anecdote I wanted to share when you were talking. It is understanding the basic need is something we generally forget. And that is the reason it is the piled up aspiration that separates us from what we popularly call marginalized.
Absolutely.
So I realized during COVID that for almost 2 years, I ate homemade food. And I did not want to go to a restaurant, and it did not change my life.
Absolutely.
So, if we can return to the basics and honor it,
Right.
a lot of our problems can be solved.
Yes.
So, means COVID is also a great educator in that way. Means it has taught us how to go back to our basics, stick there, and find life where you previously thought, oh my God, I'll stay for 7 days a week in home. So you find ways to
Absolutely.
survive.
Right.
So I always thought that the context of marginality is also related to the basics.
Absolutely.
So that was a
Yeah.
point I wanted to
No,
make.
in fact, we were doing this very fashionable campaign of the new normal. We kept saying this during COVID, new normal. And when we took this campaign to the communities, because Tata Steel works closely with the communities in Jharkhand and Odisha, we realized that all those tips were already in practice. So whether it was eating at home, whether it was social distancing, only one thing that we had to underline was the hand hygiene. That was something that we had to reiterate with the usage of soap, but also the access to soap, because they usually use ash. So therefore, the idea that we were trying to educate them on new normal, whether it was us who got educated. I think to me, in my 25 years of career, the learning, and Jantos is absolutely right, that the learning that it's not about us taking our message to them, but it's also a two-way process of, like you said, simplifying what we have complicated, and also taking wisdom which is already there and doesn't have to be invented. So thank you so much, sir. Yes.
Thank you so much, ma'am, for your valuable insights. We now move on to the most awaited part of the session, the paper presentations. So our first presentation, I will ask ma'am, Dr. Anupama Chaudhary, to please come on stage for the session. We will start the session shortly. Please may I have a round of applause, please? Please be seated.
The PG1 ad and PR students, please head to the boardroom, along with the PG3 students. Please go to the boardroom. The boardroom is on the ground floor, just opposite the room 008. Yeah, PG3 students can guide the PG1 students. Please go to the boardroom. So, it's after 5-7 minutes. Acha, someone take Ananya also with Trishala. Please take Ananya with you. And Saj and Rajanandini, you will take ma'am to the boardroom. I will come, I'll join, I'll come and introduce the session and I'll come back. Okay? So we can begin with the presentations.
Okay, we now begin today's paper presentations. We are honored to have ma'am on stage. Each presenter will be allocated 8 minutes for their presentations and plus 2 minutes extra to wrap up their presentation if we are short of time. We kindly request all the speakers to manage their time effectively and wrap up within the given slot. The first paper of the day will be of Aishwarya Dhar from Sister Nivedita University, and the title of her paper is Marginality and Social Media in the 21st Century, Platform Visibility, Infrastructural Inequality, and the Indian Public. Please, ma'am, come on stage.
Hello, good afternoon to one and all present here. I would like to first tell my topic, and that is marginality and social media in the 21st century, platformed visibility, infrastructural inequality, and the Indian public. So basically, I'm going to deal with two main topics, and that is platformed visibility and infrastructural inequality. So before I start further, I would like to focus on these two terms first, and then I would like to proceed further. So basically, we say that social media is often celebrated as a democratizing force where we can share anything and everything, but the reality is quite different. So what happens when the marginal people, the marginalized communities, they share something, it gets erased by it gets erased with the hashtag of saying inappropriate content or something like that. And it is about how platforms are structured, and mostly the algorithms work here very good. So these algorithms curate visibility and how infrastructural divides such as language barriers or the unequal internet access that that gets shaped up. And further, I would like to talk about another important term, and that is infrastructural inequality. So social media is embedded with infrastructures that are distributed. There are things that connects or divides based on the internet facilities. Suppose I'll just give an example. So if an Adivasi activist is hosting in a regional language, that will not have the same reach. That will not have the same reach of an urban influencer posting in English. So this is the main term that I have, main thing that I have used. So let's proceed further. So here I have written my research problems, unequal access and visibility on digital platforms. Second is marginalized groups face both empowerment and exclusion, and need to examine digital infrastructures critically. So I would like to just throw a light upon these three questions. Why did I choose these three, or why did I think that particularly in this topic these three questions would be important? So as I said, the visibility in digital platforms is very different what we think and what actually happens. So that's the reason I chose this first question. And second is the marginalized groups face both empowerment and exclusion. Like neither they are in the power, so they do not have the opportunity to choose anything for themselves or the groups. So they are far away from the light, and the third need to examine digital infrastructures critically, because of the main reason of infrastructural inequality is because of the digital divide. So that's why these three questions I have chosen. Okay, so here I'm going to talk about the theoretical framework. So again, my theoretical framework is totally dependent on three pillars, and that is platformed visibility, infrastructural inequality, and intersectionality. So I'm gonna the first two terms I have already explained. I would like to throw a light upon the third one, that is intersectionality. So the marginality is never singular; it is layered with caste, class, gender, and sexual overlap, producing unique vulnerabilities, but also unique strategies of resistance. Okay. So here I have done a literature review where I would like to share some important stuffs where global scholars like Zizi Papacharise and Satya Noble, they have shown digital platforms are not neutral spaces. They reproduce structural inequalities. And next, I would like to talk about something in India, because I focused on the parts in India. Scholars highlighted the persistence of caste and gender in shaping digital participation. For example, research on Dalit, the Twitter has shown how it creates counter publics that challenge Brahmanical dominance in the mainstream media. Okay. So now I would like to talk about the methodology part. I have chosen quantitative and comparative. Most importantly, in here, I will choose case studies as my primary mode of analysis, focusing on mostly three communities. That is Dalit Bahujan, Adivasis, and queer groups. So, firstly, I would like to talk about the methodology part a bit more. The firstly is digital ethnography, where the online spaces such as Twitter, Facebook, Instagram, where these communities are really very, very active. Second is discourse analysis, where it examines hashtags, campaigns, public hashtags to see how narratives are constructed. And third is my secondary research, where drawing from existing surveys, reporting on digital case studies in India, including studies on internet penetration, algorithmic bias, and content moderation. And the graph that I have shown here, that shows the actual
Ma'am, you're left with last 2 minutes.
Okay, I'll just wrap up. So here it shows how the Indian men and women, they are exposed to digital thing. So the urban men are exposed to only 58%, where urban women are 48%. And you see the comparison where rural men are only 32% and rural women are 25%. So this shows the percentage how the internet accessibility of men and women, the difference. So I would like to talk about this case studies. It's about Dalit Bahujan. So this is one of the main case study that I have gone through, where I have seen the mostly here it's shown that the people are quite they feel sad for this Dalit people, but at the same time they do not these Dalits, they do not have the equality as compared to the other groups. And and the case studies or the news related to Dalits, where it's shown the pages has been erased and by saying it's abusive or not maintaining the community standards. This is the main reason why people are people do not know the actual thing.
Please conclude.
Okay, so this is the Adivasi movement, and the third is the queer counter publics, where LGBT communities, they talk about various things here. And lastly, I would like to say that, can we imagine a more inclusive digital public sphere? How do we ensure that visibility is not just symbolic but transformative? That would be my concluding statement. Thank you.
Thank you for that very comprehensive paper of yours, very well researched also.
Yes, ma'am.
You have brought in
lots of research.
Yes, you have brought in texts, you have brought in contexts also. So she has been speaking on Ms. Aishwarya Dhar, Sister University, Sister Nivedita University.
I'm a research scholar here.
Yes, she's a research scholar. And she has been speaking on marginality and social media in the 21st century, bringing in such propositions from different perspectives: platform visibility, infrastructural inequality, and the mass. That means Indian public over there. Now, before this is open for questions, I would, this is just an observation. I'd like to take your suggestion and your feedback on this. First, you talked about marginalized communities, right?
Yes.
My question is, when many years back, when Benedict Anderson, he really pointed out that India is all about imagined communities. So when we are there, it's all about imagined. So if you talk about a marginalized community, so which community do you mean? Second, when you were talking about Dalits, when you're talking about Bahujans, I go back and I refer to a very important seminal question raised by Barsa Tariq. And she said, what about the Muslim Dalits? So that is a way of representation also.
Okay.
Second, the third point is, you talked about urban influencer and about the so-called othering of others, where they're not getting that sort of presentation. Now, we have seen in social media that though they are not in that central position, the urban sphere, Yet, some of these, they get popped up and their score is very high. So it's not that, this is a little bit that I would like to add, that it's not about the positionality also. But thank you for that content. And then you talked about caste, gender, and sexualities. You talked about queer dimensions as well. So it has been a wonderful paper, and it's now open for questions, feedback, suggestions, whatever. Please, from the audience. Anyone? Please, madam.
আপনি অ্যালগোরিদম বললেন তো, মানে এই যে ইন্টারনেট, আমাদের যে ইন্টারনেট, তো এখানে একটা কমন মানে স্লার রয়েছে, যেটা হচ্ছে আমরা বলি হচ্ছে গিয়ে ছাপড়ি, একটা কমন স্লার রয়েছে। তো এটা তো স্পেশালি হচ্ছে গিয়ে মানে দলিত কমিউনিটিকে রিপ্রেজেন্ট করে, আর মানে যারা একটু ব্যাকওয়ার্ড, যাদের কাছে ফ্যাশন একটু পিছনে গেছে। এবং অ্যালগোরিদমটা আমার মনে হয় যে যারা আপার কাস্ট, যাদের কাছে টাকা আছে, তারা এই জিনিসটাকে পুরো মানে কি বলবো, ম্যানেজ করে।
ওকে।
হ্যাঁ, তো এই জিনিসটা থেকে মানে বেরিয়ে মানে এবার সবার কাছে নেই, মানে অ্যাক্সেস নেই জিনিসটার, তো সেই ক্ষেত্রে মানে রিফর্মটা কি করে আসতে পারে?
Well, algorithm, what I have researched and I have got, like algorithm exists properly. Like if I am, if যেই জায়গাগুলোতে আমি থেকে বললাম যে এই আদিবাসীজরা বা এই queer এরা যখন দে পোস্ট সামথিং, অটোমেটিক্যালি ইট গেটস ইরেজড আফটার আ সার্টেন টাইম, আর সেটা লেখা চলে আসে ইমপ্রপার কন্টেন্ট অর নট কনজিউমেবল কন্টেন্ট, এরম লেখা চলে আসে। সো it's obviously it's out of algorithm and it's community standards and we can't help it, and we actually don't know why this community standards is being maintained. So we really don't have any idea, but it happens on a regular basis. So I think we should consider this while considering marginality and representing the unseen. So
থ্যাংক ইউ।
Okay, any more questions? So, thank you, Ms. Dhar. All the best for your future research. So we move on to the next paper. The next paper is by Shrestha Chakraborty. As a huge round of applause for her. May we have her on stage, Shrestha Chakraborty. She is a research scholar from Alia University. She would be talking on subjectivity and empathy, comparative analysis of portrayal of Alzheimer's in Mani Ratnam's O.K. Janu and Mohit Suri's Sayara. Let us hear her. Madam, start.
Thank you, ma'am. It's an honor to present a paper in front of you. As students and present people don't know that I have been a student of Women's College, Calcutta, Bagbajar, post-graduation department. So I'm starting, and sorry for my voice that I'm not well. Good afternoon to everyone present here. Ma'am has given my introduction, and the paper I am going to present here, it's a joint paper along with my supervisor, Dr. Ghazala Yasmin ma'am, and she is not present here due to some work and urgency. So the title of paper is Subjectivity and Empathy, Comparative Analysis of Portrayal of Alzheimer's in Mani Ratnam's O.K. Janu and Mohit Suri's Sayara. So I'm starting. Cinema, one of the most interesting, influential, potential, and I would say fascinating medium to reach audiences. And it is very influential medium to spread information as well. Plenty of movies are there since the inception of movies. Inception of movies that they give us information, basically how a train goes and how a boat floats, how people react, what is romance, how we imagine hero and heroines on the stage and so on. Basically films shape our opinion, thinking, and how we behave actually. So coming specially to our paper, which is an ongoing research, It's focused on mental illness, Alzheimer's, and its portrayal specifically in mainstream Bollywood cinema. Mainstream, the discussions we have earlier about the mainstream and marginalized medium, my take on mainstream is based on perspectives, the perspectives of elites, or I would say benevolence, whatever. Selecting a subplot movie based on Alzheimer's and a main plot movie, the ongoing study shows that the subplot movie is more realistic and not the exaggeration, but the main plot movie, which got huge response mainly from the Gen Z generation, people crying and fainting in movie theaters, we have seen on our X-handle accounts and the various reports of Times of India and Hindustan Times and all. Not because of the plot, but because of the exaggeration, the debutant protagonists and their passion and love between the protagonists. Several studies have shown that Alzheimer's is a growing concern, and not only in older adults, but also in the young people as well. Bollywood has a passion and fashion of exaggeration, mental illness or problems. I am not referring so. The papers written by Pathak and Bishwal, Bhatia et al., Acharya et al. In this particular topic, that mental illness and their portrayal of Bollywood cinema, they refer so. Mental illness also includes topics like alcoholism, anxiety, possessiveness, toxic behavior, stalking, schizophrenia, as mentioned by Bhugra in his paper Mad Tales from Bollywood. And these things people really fail to understand. India is a country where cinema play a crucial role in informing people, so Bollywood really need to gear up. Choosing romantic Bollywood movies for this topic has a reason: to observe how romance sideline the mental illness part carefully, and people are not bothered yet. For methodology, it is now only is a qualitative research. Content analysis and interviews are there, but survey we have tried, but most people have either seen OK Janu or Sayara. So right now we are presenting our paper on the basis on interview and the content analysis part. Further, we will do the remain research. As in theoretical framework, subjectivity and empathy theory is our pillar. Subjectivity and empathy are basically related concepts that if you understand your own feelings, opinion and phenomena, then you only able to understand others. Just like in the Zindagi Na Milegi Dobara movie by Zoya Akhtar, there was a part that the Farhan Akhtar, the character the Farhan Akhtar played, he was unable to understand the pain of Hrithik Roshan. But after he got the same betrayal from his loved one, and he got to understand what Hrithik Roshan was going through. OK Janu and portray basically the older couple and their struggle with Alzheimer's, the husband's love, care, passion, emotion toward his wife, feeling sad when he sees his beloved in pain. It's a subplot, and the movie and the main protagonists find their way and love through the elderly couple's passion and how they see their life. And Sayara, which got huge response, and the portrayal of Alzheimer's is seriously what we really need to think. The male protagonist has a background of trauma.
Ma'am, you have 2 minutes left.
Okay. As his father is addicted to alcohol, and the female here suffers from early onset Alzheimer's, but the portrayal of Alzheimer's and the dramatization the movie has set as an example is not what it is actually is. So between these two movies, based on our interviews from several research scholars and faculties of journalism, mass communication and film studies as well, we have seen that OK Janu has portrayed Alzheimer's in a more logical manner, showcasing the subjectivity and empathy. Sayara has a balance of subjectivity and empathy, but the portrayal is a pure exaggeration. And that is it. Thank you.
Thank you, Sreshta Chakraborty, for that wonderful paper.
Thank you, ma'am.
Before I again place this to the audience for questions, I have a few observations, or I would like your take on this matter. So you were talking about Alzheimer, you were talking about dementia, And just before this, another research scholar, she was talking about intersectionality between sexuality, gender, caste, etc. Now, since you brought in these issues, do you think able bodies is another theory, able bodies, so able bodies, do they really shape out our perception of certain things? Because what you call about a mental illness is also related with something that is like able bodies and not so abled bodies or minds. Now, what is your take on that?
Ma'am, I do not have read about the particular theory you are talking about.
Okay.
But yeah, I do believe that this mental problem or mental illness, which we talk and which we are talking and people are talking, that normal people believe that it is some problem for people from upper caste. Like I can share my experience that depression is a common term between the youngsters nowadays, and it is really a serious problem. It's not something fascinating. So whenever I talk to my parents about this, and they are like, "Na, erokom esob kichu hoy na, esob moner bhul, and you will pass this phase by just living your life." So yeah, it's a thing. It's between again the marginalized people and the people who are not getting access to these particular things. And I think, ma'am, it's based on the perspectives, because what we see, what we believe, and what we share, it's also perspectives and dominations by the elites of our society.
Right. Thank you. The second thing that I would like to bring in is you were talking about empathy, right? You were talking about empathy and being good to others and to understand from their perspective. So do you already bring in compassionate kindness, the concept of metta in that? Would you bring that in your paper later? Because you are still in the stage of research.
It is in a basic stage, so we need to get further and add some more theories. And
okay.
Thank you.
And then you are reading a film. So reading a film can be of different ways. There can be ways of reading. Reading itself is a political act, right? So you were talking about the films from the thematic
analysis.
Yes. Right. But would you apply film theories to that? To understand this film, to read this film?
Not really now, but in future we will. Because this paper we have presented on the basis of the interviews and the thematic content analysis we have gone through. And I believe that I think in future it has further scope, because mental illness is a serious problem right now.
Right. So this is now open to the audience for question answers or any feedback.
Thank you, ma'am.
From the audience, anyone? The students in the last, or in the middle, or in the first rows? Students out there, this is very challenging. The more you interact, better it will be for you. From the audience, any suggestion? Because she's a budding researcher. Miles to go. If not, then okay.
Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
It has been wonderful.
Thank you.
A round of applause for her. The third one is the representation of LGBTQIA+ communities in Indian advertisement, and this is by Ipshita Roy. May we have Ipshita on stage, please, madam.
Ma'am, I have a small announcement.
Yes, sure, you go.
All the participants, please do not leave the session in the middle. After the session, we'll all have a group photograph together with ma'am. So kindly do not leave the place, please.
Please start.
Okay. Good afternoon, everyone. I am Ipshita Roy, and today I'll be presenting my paper on a very relevant issue of today's world, that is representation of LGBTQIA+ communities in Indian advertisement. At first, I would like to mention some few words regarding advertisements, that we all know advertisements has served
law as a powerful medium for capturing public attention and promoting products. Though we all know that the basic idea of advertisement is to sell the products or to increase the sellability of the product, but still there is a huge silent motivation behind advertisement, that is to capture the public attention. And beyond its commercial function, it has played a crucial role in understanding its audiences, positioning it as a valuable lens through which the cultural norms and shifts are interpreted. Actually, over the time, advertisement has evolved beyond its traditional boundaries, and it has tried to become a reflection of the broader societal dynamics. Now, coming to the point of the main topic, that is representation of LGBTQIA plus in Indian advertisement. Actually, I would like to mention that in the year 2018, actually the year 2018 was marked as a turbulent legal history in this era. And in the year 2018, decriminalization of Section 377, as we all know, served as a pivotal movement, after which the representation of LGBTQIA in Indian advertising, I would like to mention again, not only in advertisement, but also in Indian films, television shows, and ad campaigns are coming more and more. Despite the legal process, broader social acceptance of sexual, gender, and minorities remains gradual. Within this evolving landscape, advertising campaigns holds significant potential to act as an important change agent of the society. This shift in the legal framework actually prompted brands to embrace inclusive storytelling and reflect emerging social values. In recent years, we can see that after the implementation of this act, different kind of revolutions are being done in this industry, and different kind of advertisements are made on this issue. I would like to add one thing, that although the scope and reach of these portrayals remains actually very limited, but still they nonetheless represent a significant step towards the social progress and greater inclusivity. For studying different kind of advertisements, I have adapted actually the content analysis method, and actually I have adapted the brands that have featured LGBTQIA plus individuals or same-sex couples in their advertisements, and I have selected different kind of FMSG products like Vicks, Ariel, Shenko Gold. In my today's presentation, I have only mentioned 2 of them, but in my final paper, in my full paper, I have actually thoroughly examined in which brands actually caters on these particular subjects. So firstly, I would like to mention, I have mentioned 2 advertisements here. I would like to mention about the Close-Up Free to Love campaign. Firstly, I would like to add that this advertisement was made in the year 2017. That means before the implementation of the Article 377. And Close-Up launched its Free to Love campaign featuring 3 couples navigating relationships often deemed prohibited by the societal norms. Among these 3 couples, there was a gay couple, marking a rare moment of inclusive representation in Indian advertising. Another thing I would like to mention, that unlike the stereotypical and often regressive portrayal of gay men in films, television, and commercials, where they are frequently reduced to comic relief, this ad stood out for the empathetic and respectful depiction of same-sex love. Later, I have mentioned another advertisement, that is Vima Jewelers Pure as Love. if we go through this advertisement, we can easily see that the advertisement actually stated the emotional journey of a trans woman transitioning with unwavering parental support and framed by the brand's tagline, pure as love. Another thing, the advertisement actually portrayed the protagonist's love for jewelry, that is a symbol of beauty, identity, and self-acceptance, challenging societal norms. The family's unconditional acceptance underscores themes of inclusivity. And the ad is a storyteller advocating of love and authenticity. In the final paper, I have also asserted some of the brands like Brook Brand, Six Pack Brand, Ralco Tires, Fast Track, Vicks, OkCupid, Mintra's Anuk campaign, Fast Track. Another thing I would like to mention, Fast Track's ad came in the year 2013. So much ago before the implementation of Article 377. Joy Personal Care, another thing I would like to mention, I have analyzed.
Please wrap up, 2 minutes more.
Okay. Another thing I'd like to mention that Joy Personal Care, we have seen different kind of celebrities, most of them in this advertisement. But in this advertisement, we have seen the real trans person, and he actually stated how personal care also matters to them. So these are some examples, and I can easily say some of the positive strains that mostly this advertisement focus on real stories and lived experiences. Some companies are gradually adopting practices, but they reflect genuine representation rather symbolic or performative acts. And increased visibility of diverse gender identity and sexual orientations are coming. Some challenges are always there, that is the brands using this advertisement only during the Pride month. We all know about Pride month, but throughout the year there are lots of advertisements are missing throughout the year, and the representation are very minimal. Mostly only gay and lesbian stories are seen. Other communities are mostly not seen in the advertisement. And there are lots of conservative audience, lots of conservative target audience who can, by which the brand can lose their target audience also. There is a risk also. There are some limitation I have mentioned in my paper, that broader representation always required from non-metro regions as well. Where, we only state about the urban area, but non-metro region also as well should be stated. Full representation is needed of the LGBTQIA community. And another thing, India is a multilingual country with diverse countries. I'm wrapping, just one word, that though we have seen that rise of LGBTQIA theme advertisement is there, yet their presence remains marginal within the advertisement landscape, underscoring the necessity for more inclusive storytelling. Thank you.
Thank you for that very challenging paper, and your way of presentation was excellent. Again, I have a few matters to discuss, or just a few suggestions. You spoke about how things can be more inclusive, right? And you talked about also sexualities as performativity, the last thing that you spoke about. So we all know from Judith Butler's days that not only sex, gender, both are, in a way, norms and ways of performations, okay, performativities, so to say. Now, when we talk about A+, right? So there's no presentation of cisgenders, there's no presentation of pansexuals, there are no presentations of asexuals. So even if we say that the brands are, as you said, they featured the perspectives, the question is it right? Whose perspectives? Again, if we say that it is about the trans, then what trans? Trans man, trans woman. Which trans am I talking of? SDG 5, we are talking about the gender. But there also, whatever reformations have been taking place, as you all know, things are only towards transgenders. There's no mention of any other gender as such, apart from lesbians, gays, and homosexuals. But beyond that, there are too many genders as well. So with this, I open the paper to the audience for any questions, suggestions, feedbacks, whatever. Anyone? Then thank you. At least we can put our hands together for her.
Thank you. Thank you so much.
Thank you, madam. The next paper, Digital Storytelling, Disability and Empowerment, a study of women influencers on Instagram in India. She's Atri Ganguly. So, yes, please, madam. So, this is a scholar from Vishwabharati University, am I right?
No, ma'am, I'm not a scholar. I currently passed my master's degree.
Oh, okay, okay. Please continue.
Good afternoon, everyone. I'm Atri Ganguly. So today I'll be presenting my research on digital storytelling, disability, and empowerment, a study of women influencers on Instagram in India, 2023 to 2024. This study explores how women with disabilities are reshaping narratives through social media, particularly Instagram. Sorry. Disability is not only a medical condition, it is also a socially constructed experience shaped by stigma, barriers, and exclusion. In India, women with disabilities are increasingly using Instagram to share their personal stories. Their digital storytelling shifts narratives from pity to power, invisibility to visibility, and from being such a burden to being recognized as contributors. This transformation is not only empowering for them, but also inspires wider audiences toward inclusivity. The main core objectives of this study are to examine how women with disabilities use Instagram as a medium for storytelling, to identify the narratives they construct and the stereotypes they disrupt, to analyze how these narratives contribute to empowerment and self-representation, and finally, to explore how their content fosters community awareness and advocacy. So these are the three influencers which I have studied. First of all, I have Virali Modi, who is a disability right activist and motivational speaker. Second, we have Shitala Devi, a para archer and role model for differently abled youth. Arunima Sinha, the first female amputee to climb Mount Everest. Each of them uses Instagram differently, but together they represent a powerful spectrum of digital empowerment. Now, move on to the methodology part. This is a qualitative study using thematic content analysis, and we have analyzed 147 posts from Shital Devi, 90 posts from Virali Modi, and 9 posts from Arunima Sinha during 2023 to 2024. These influencers were selected based on their visibility with more than 15,000 followers and their diverse forms of representation. For analysis, we have applied Stuart Hall's representation theory, the social model of disability, and feminist disability theory. Move on to the next. Here, if possible, can we see the video? No? It's okay. So this is the video of Shital Devi who doesn't have two hands, and with her two legs, she is driving a car, and she posted it to Instagram to change the narrative that only the disabled persons have nothing to do in life. And she is a Arjuna Award winning archer. So the key findings we can have that.
Excuse me, ma'am, where is the video? Is it attached to it?
Actually, I have attached it, but I think it's in PDF form.
Yes, it is in
So
PDF
we
form.
can't view the video.
Yes, yes.
These women are actively shifting narratives every day by their posts from pity to agency, invisibility to visibility, and burdens to contributions. Their recognition through awards, collaborations, and achievements enhances their visibility. Instagram becomes a very good platform for advocacy on rights, accessibility, and inclusion. And perhaps most importantly, their everyday content, whether fashion, travel, or daily routines, normalizes disability and portrays them as relatable role models. In conclusion, these are some of the Instagram posts of Virali Modi, Sheetal Devi, and Arunima Sinha. And move on to the next conclusion. In conclusion, we can say that Instagram has empowered these women to control their own narratives. Through digital storytellings, they disrupt stereotypes, reclaim agency, and transform personal expression into collective advocacy. The research highlights how social media is not just for entertainment, it is a vital space for inclusion, empowerment, and activism in contemporary India. Thank you.
Thank you for that very comprehensive paper. So, through your discussions on Virali Modi, Sheetal Devi, and Arunima Sinha, you have, of course, provided us with not only a narrative on inclusion, but also like a textus which blends seamlessly so many words of power and not so in power. Therefore, your kind of disability that you're talking of from Stuart Hall's theory or feminist disability theory becomes the other form of ability also. So it's like the empowerment out there, differently being abled. So this paper is also now open for discussions. Would the audience like to interact with her? It has been a wonderful, brief paper, but very comprehensive in its note. Any questions? If not, a round of applause. Thank you.
Thank you.
Next, we call upon Dr. Smita Datta Chaudhary, Sister Nivedita University, and should be speaking on Jokhon Nirobata Geyechilo, রবীন্দ্রসঙ্গীতের অজানা প্রেক্ষাপট এবং আধুনিক মিডিয়ায় তার প্রাসঙ্গিকতা. Please, madam. The stage is all yours.
Shall I go? Hello? Yeah. Good afternoon, everyone. সবাইকে নমস্কার। নমস্কার জানাই আমাদের ম্যাম চেয়ারপারসনকে। যখন এই কনক্লেভের টপিকটা বাছা হয়েছে এবং আমি জানতে পারলাম যে এটা টপিক, আমার কাছে খুব সহজেই একটা টপিক ছিল। আই বিং আ ভিটিলিগো পেশেন্ট, মেনি আ টাইমস আই ফেসড আ লট অফ টাফ সিচুয়েশন। তো খুব সহজে আমি ওই টপিক নিয়ে জট ডাউন করে একটা পেপার আমি রেডি করতে পারতাম। বাট দেন যে মুহূর্তটা আই ওয়াজ ফাইটিং, আপন মনে নীরবভাবে আশ্রয় খুঁজছি এবং বাঁচার চেষ্টা করছি, আশ্রয় নিয়েছিলাম আমাদের সবার প্রাণের ঠাকুর, প্রিয় ঠাকুর, আপামর বাঙালির রবীন্দ্রনাথ ঠাকুর। এবং তাকে জানতে গিয়ে তার গীতবিতান সঞ্চয়িতা বহুবার পড়ছি, পড়তে পড়তে জানতে গিয়ে জানার মানে জিজ্ঞাসা আরও বেড়েছে এবং সেই ভালো লাগা নিয়ে তাকে জানার চেষ্টা করতে গিয়ে আমার স্নাতকোত্তর এবং পরবর্তী সময়ে আমার থিসিস পেপার এই রবীন্দ্রসঙ্গীতের প্রেক্ষাপট নিয়েই লিখেছি। তাই আজও আমি এই টপিকটা বেছে নিলাম, যখন নীরবতা গেয়েছিল, রবীন্দ্রসঙ্গীতের অজানা প্রেক্ষাপট এবং আধুনিক মিডিয়ায় তার প্রাসঙ্গিকতা। Is it? Can you please guide me with this? Okay, I'll start with the introduction. রবীন্দ্রসঙ্গীত বাংলা সঙ্গীত সাংস্কৃতিক এক অমূল্য ঐশ্বর্য। এটি কেবলমাত্র গান নয়, বরং এক বিস্তৃত সাংস্কৃতিক দলিল বলতে পারি, যেখানে বাংলার সমাজ, রাজনীতি, ব্যক্তিগত বেদনা, প্রেম, আধ্যাত্মিকতা এবং জাতীয়তা বোধ একত্রিত হয়ে এক চিরন্তন সুর রচনা করেছে। রবীন্দ্রনাথ ঠাকুর শুধু কবি নন, তিনি ছিলেন এক সমগ্র মানবিক সত্তা, যার জীবনযাত্রার প্রতিটি পর্ব তার সৃষ্টিকে গভীরভাবে প্রভাবিত করেছে। তাই রবীন্দ্রসঙ্গীতকে কেবলমাত্র সুরেলা কণ্ঠের বাহন হিসেবে দেখা যায় না। এটি আসলে এক বহুমাত্রিক পাঠ্য, যেখানে সময়, সমাজ এবং ব্যক্তিগত অভিজ্ঞতার প্রতিধ্বনি শোনা যায়। রবীন্দ্রসঙ্গীতের একটি অনন্য দিক হলো এর অন্তর্নীল নীরবতা, যা সরাসরি প্রকাশিত হয় না, কিন্তু গানের ভেতরেই স্পন্দিত হয়। এই নীরবতা কবির ব্যক্তিগত শোক, পারিবারিক ক্ষতি, সমাজ, রাজনৈতিক অস্থিরতা কিংবা আধ্যাত্মিক অন্বেষণের প্রতিফলন। উদাহরণস্বরূপ, প্রিয়জনের মৃত্যুতে লেখা শোকগাথা গান কিংবা স্বদেশপ্রেমের অনুপ্রাণিত দেশাত্মবোধক গান, প্রত্যেকটি অন্তরালে এক অনুচ্চারিত ইতিহাস আছে। সেই ইতিহাস না জানলে আমরা গানটির গভীর তাৎপর্য উপলব্ধি করতে পারি না। তাই এই প্রবন্ধের মূল উদ্দেশ্য হলো রবীন্দ্রসঙ্গীতের অজানা প্রেক্ষাপট এবং নীরবতাকে আলোচনায় নিয়ে আসা। এছাড়াও বর্তমান সময়ে এই প্রেক্ষাপট নিয়ে আলোচনা বিশেষভাবে প্রয়োজনীয়, কারণ আজকের মিডিয়া সংস্কৃতি অনেকাংশে গানকে কেবল বিনোদনের উপকরণে রূপান্তরিত করছে। রেডিও, টেলিভিশন, ডিজিটাল প্ল্যাটফর্ম কিংবা ইউটিউব সবখানেই রবীন্দ্রসঙ্গীত পরিবেশিত হচ্ছে, কিন্তু কতটুকু পরিমাণে এর গভীর প্রেক্ষাপট শ্রোতার কাছে পৌঁছচ্ছে সেটি প্রশ্ন সাপেক্ষ। নতুন প্রজন্ম অনেক সময় শুধুই সুর ও গায়কীর মোহে আবদ্ধ থাকে, অথচ রবীন্দ্রসঙ্গীতের প্রকৃত সৌন্দর্য নিহিত রয়েছে তার প্রেক্ষাপট, তার অন্তর্নিহিত নীরবতা এবং সেই সময়ে সামাজিক ঐতিহাসিক বাস্তবতার সঙ্গে তার সম্পর্কের মধ্যে। আধুনিক গণমাধ্যমের হাত ধরে রবীন্দ্রসঙ্গীত আজ আবারও বৃহত্তর পরিসরে ছড়িয়ে পড়েছে। পডকাস্ট, তথ্যচিত্র, ডিজিটাল আর্কাইভ কিংবা কৃত্রিম বুদ্ধিমত্তা সবই রবীন্দ্রসঙ্গীতের নতুন পুনরুজ্জীবনের পথ খুলে দিচ্ছে। তবে এক্ষেত্রে একটি চ্যালেঞ্জ থেকে যায়, বাণিজ্যিকীকরণের চাপে যেন এর গভীরতা হারিয়ে না যায়। সুতরাং এই প্রবন্ধে আমরা বিশ্লেষণ করব রবীন্দ্রসঙ্গীতের নীরবতা ও প্রেক্ষাপটকে, তা কিভাবে কবির জীবন ও সমাজের প্রতিফলন, কিভাবে এই গানগুলো এক সাংস্কৃতিক দলিল হিসেবে কাজ করে এবং কিভাবে আধুনিক মিডিয়ায় এদের পুনরুজ্জীবন ঘটতে পারে। এর মাধ্যমে প্রমাণিত হবে যে রবীন্দ্রসঙ্গীত কেবল এক কবির কণ্ঠস্বর নয়, বরং এক জাতির হৃদস্পন্দন, যা সময় অতিক্রম করেও আজ সমানভাবে প্রাসঙ্গিক। বাংলা ভাষা সাহিত্যের ইতিহাসে 19 শতকে এক নবজাগরণের যুগ বলা চলে। এই সময় বাংলা সমাজ ছিল গভীর পরিবর্তনের দ্বারপ্রান্তে। ঔপনিবেশিক শাসনের প্রভাবে যেমন একদিকে শিক্ষা, সংস্কার, আধুনিক ভাবনার ঢেউ এসে পড়েছিল, অন্যদিকে সমাজের নানা স্তরে চলছিল টানাপোড়েন, রক্ষণশীলতা।
2 মিনিট বাকি।
ওকে। আর আধুনিকতার দ্বন্দ্ব। এই দ্বন্দ্বময় পরিস্থিতির ভেতরেই জন্ম নিল এক নতুন ভাষাবোধ, নতুন সাহিত্যধারা এবং পরবর্তীতে রবীন্দ্রনাথ ঠাকুরের সৃষ্টি রবীন্দ্রসঙ্গীত। ভাষা কেবল যোগাযোগের মাধ্যম নয়, এটি সাংস্কৃতিক পরিচয়েও বাহক। রবীন্দ্রনাথ তার গানে কেবল নিজের অনুভূতি প্রকাশ করেননি, তিনি একটি জাতির মনন, আশা, সংকল্পকে ভাষায় রূপ দিয়েছেন। তার গান বাংলার মানুষের অন্তরে যে সহজেই সাড়া জাগিয়েছিল, তার মূল কারণ ছিল ভাষার এক সারল্য ও ব্যক্তি। আমি যেহেতু সময় অনেকটা কম, আমি শুধু ছুঁয়ে ছুঁয়ে যাব। আমি প্রেক্ষাপট এই কারণেই আরও বিশেষ করে তুলে ধরার কথা বলছি, কারণ অনেক গান যেগুলো ধরুন আমারও পরানো যাহা চায়, গানটি খুব প্রচলিত। এই গানটি প্রেম পর্যায়ের অন্তর্গত এবং মায়ার খেলা গীতিনাট্যের অন্তর্গত বটে। এটি লিখেছিলেন কবি 27 বছর বয়সে। প্রথম প্রেমের আবেগের মতো শোনালেও এর অন্তরালে আছে গভীর দর্শন। এখানে মানুষের অন্তরের চরম আকাঙ্ক্ষা, আত্মার এক অনন্তের দিকে ছুটে চলা তৃষ্ণা প্রতিফলিত হয়েছে। এটি কেবল দেহ মনের প্রেম নয়, আত্মিক আকুলতাও বটে। প্রেমিক হৃদয়ের গভীর আকাঙ্ক্ষা, যা দার্শনিক অর্থেও আত্মার চিরন্তন অনুসন্ধান। তাই প্রেক্ষাপটকে জানলে আমাদের আগামী প্রজন্ম, যেটা আমরা দেখছি যে ছোট ছোট রিলস, ইনস্টাগ্রাম, ফেসবুক রিলস, সব কিছুতেই ছোট ছোট করে রবীন্দ্রসঙ্গীতের গানগুলো ব্যবহার করা হচ্ছে। তারা নিজেদের মতন করে ভিডিওস তৈরি করে তারা পরিবেশন করছেন, কিন্তু প্রেক্ষাপটটা জানলে বোধহয় আরও সঠিকভাবে আমরা তুলে ধরতে পারবো রবীন্দ্রসঙ্গীতকে বা কবির চিন্তা ভাবনা, তার তিনি কি ভেবে সেই গানগুলো বিশেষ সময় বিশেষ মুহূর্তে রচনা করেছিলেন।
ম্যাডাম, টাইমস ওভার, প্লিজ কনক্লুড।
আশা। তো সবশেষে বলা যায়, রবীন্দ্রসঙ্গীতের বিশ্লেষণ আমরা দেখতে পাই এটি নিছক সঙ্গীত নয়, বরং এক বহুমাত্রিক সাংস্কৃতিক দলিল। আধুনিক গণমাধ্যমে এর উপস্থাপনা নতুন সম্ভাবনার পথ খুলে দিয়েছে, তবে এর গভীরতা অক্ষুণ্ণ রাখা এখনকার বড় চ্যালেঞ্জ। গবেষক, শিল্পী ও গণমাধ্যম যদি একযোগে দায়িত্ব পালন করে, তবে রবীন্দ্রসঙ্গীতের নীরবতা ও প্রেক্ষাপট নতুন প্রজন্মের হৃদয়ে গেঁথে যাবে। রবীন্দ্রসঙ্গীত কেবল এক কবির কণ্ঠস্বর নয়, এর ভেতরে নিহিত নীরবতা ও অজানা প্রেক্ষাপট নতুন প্রজন্মকে শুধু শিল্প রস দেবে না, বরং তাদেরকে নিজেদের ইতিহাস, সংস্কৃতি ও দর্শনের সঙ্গেও যুক্ত করবে। তাই রবীন্দ্রসঙ্গীতকে আমাদের দেখা উচিত সুর কথার বাইরে গিয়ে এক অমূল্য সাংস্কৃতিক সম্পদ হিসেবে, যা যুগ থেকে যুগান্তরে বাঙালি চেতনার ভিত্তি হয়ে থাকবে। ধন্যবাদ।
ধন্যবাদ।
সকলকে।
যখন নীরবতা গিয়েছিল, আপনার পেপারের মধ্যে দিয়ে যে প্রাসঙ্গিকতা উঠে এলো, নীরবতা যখন আর নীরবতায় থেমে থাকে না। Harold Pinter, a very important dramatist of 20th century, in his theatre, in his drama, in his texts, we see the power of silence. Tagore is very different. Tagore's silence is very different. কিন্তু সেটা বুঝতে গেলে, প্রাসঙ্গিকতা বুঝতে গেলে, আপন হতে বাহির হয়ে বাইরে দাঁড়া, সেই এমপ্যাথি দরকার, সেই সচেতনতা দরকার। একমাত্র সেটাতেই সম্ভবত আমাদের জাগরণ হতে পারে। লিড কাইন্ডলি লাইট, লিড দাও আস অন, টেগরকে আমরা সেটাই বলতে পারি। ইটস নাও ওপেন টু দ্য অডিয়েন্স ফর ইয়োর ইনপুটস, ফর ইয়োর কোয়েশ্চেন্স, ফর ইয়োর ফিডব্যাকস। কিছু বলার থাকলে রবীন্দ্রসঙ্গীত বিষয়ে বা আপনাদের পেপারের কিছু।
প্রথমত ম্যাডামকে অসংখ্য ধন্যবাদ এত সুন্দর একটি বিষয় আমাদের সামনে উপস্থাপন করার জন্য। কারণ যদিও রবীন্দ্রসঙ্গীত নিয়ে বলতে গেলে মোটেই 10 মিনিটের সময় বা একটি পেপার কখনোই সাফিসিয়েন্ট নয়, এই আলোচনা চলতেই থাকবে। এবং আপনি বলছিলেন, শুনতে শুনতে মনে হচ্ছিল যে সত্যি মানে আমারও আজকে, আমার বয়স 35 কি 36, আজকে হয়তো আমারও পরানো যাহা চায় প্রেম পর্যায়ে পেরিয়ে, পূজা পর্যায়ে পেরিয়ে ভগবানের কাছে আত্মসমর্পণ হয়েছে। তো অসংখ্য ধন্যবাদ। এরকম একটা সেমিনারের মধ্যে বসে আমরা যেখানে মার্জিনালাইজ সেকশন ইন দ্য রিপ্রেজেন্টেশন ইন মিডিয়া নিয়ে আলোচনা করছি, সেখানে এত সুন্দর একটা বিষয় উপস্থাপন করার জন্য আমি শুধু একটি কথা বলতে চাই। আমরা বারবার করে আলোচনা করছি যে নতুন প্রজন্মের কাছে রবীন্দ্রসঙ্গীতকে মিডিয়া কিভাবে তুলে ধরছে বা নতুন প্রজন্ম কিভাবে গ্রহণ করছে। সত্যি কি মিডিয়া এক্ষেত্রে খুব পিভটাল রোল প্লে করে, যেখানে রবীন্দ্রসঙ্গীতকে শুধুমাত্র যন্ত্রানুষঙ্গে পরিবেশ করা নয়, রবীন্দ্রসঙ্গীতের তাত্ত্বিকতা বোঝানো, রবীন্দ্রসঙ্গীতের বিশ্লেষণ, রবীন্দ্রনাথকে নিয়ে বিশ্লেষণ, আলোচনা, সেক্ষেত্রে এগেইন কামিং টু দ্য পয়েন্ট অফ মেন স্ট্রিম মিডিয়া
কি করে মেইনস্ট্রিম মিডিয়া সেখানে দায়িত্ববান ভূমিকা পালন করতে পারে, প্রথম প্রশ্ন। তৃতীয় প্রশ্ন, যদি মেইনস্ট্রিম মিডিয়ার আজকের কমার্শিয়ালাইজেশনের চাপে সেই দায়িত্ব পালন সম্ভব না হয়, তাহলে আমাদের সামনে অসংখ্য নতুন প্রজন্মের ছোট ছোট ছেলেমেয়েরা বসে আছে, তাদেরকে আমরা কি পথ দেখাতে পারি যেখানে তারা প্রপারলি রিসার্চ ওয়ার্ক করে সঠিক তথ্য মার্জিনালাইজ সেকশনের কাছে তুলে ধরতে পারে? এটুকুই আমার প্রশ্ন। ধন্যবাদ।
ওকে, থ্যাংক ইউ ম্যাম। আপনার প্রথম প্রশ্নে আমি বলবো যে সত্যি মিডিয়া একটা পাইভটাল রোল প্লে করে, কিন্তু সঠিকভাবে করে না। কারণ আজকাল খুব সহজেই আমরা দেখি আমাদের এই প্রজন্মের ছেলেমেয়েরা, তারা খুব সহজেই কোনো একটা গান শিখতে চাইলে ইউটিউবে পাওয়া যাচ্ছে খুব সহজেই, এবং তারা সেটা থেকেই শিখছে। কপিরাইট উঠে যাওয়ার পর থেকে রবীন্দ্রসঙ্গীতের নোটেশন ওয়াইজ আমরা যদি যাই, রবি ঠাকুর যিনি যখন উনি সুরারোপ করে গেছেন, এক্স্যাক্টলি সেই নোটেশনটাকে যদি আমরা ফলো করি, তার মানে সেই গায়কিটাকে যদি আমরা মেনে চলি, তাহলে অটোমেটিক্যালি গানের ভেতরে একটা চিত্র উঠে আসে। সেটার জন্য আমার আদার্স ইনস্ট্রুমেন্টস এত বেশি আমার প্রয়োজন না করলেও চলবে, 1 নম্বর। তার জন্য তাতে করে কি হচ্ছে, আমার এই প্রজন্মের ছেলেমেয়েরা যখন কোনো রবীন্দ্রসঙ্গীত শিখছে, তারা ঠিক সঠিকটাকে শিখছে না, তারা যেটা চলে আসছে সেটাকেই শিখছে, এবং শেখার পর তারা যদি কোনো তাদের গুরুজনদের কাছে শোনাতে যাচ্ছে, তাদের গুরুজনরা যদি ওই জায়গাটাকে রেকটিফাই করার চেষ্টা করছে, সেটা হচ্ছে না। আর কারণ সেই ভুলটাই বসে গেছে নিজের অজান্তেই। তার জন্য আমি বলবো যে মিডিয়া বা ইউটিউব চ্যানেল, যে কোনো চ্যানেল যখনই কোনো গানকে সামনে তুলে ধরছে, কিংবা আজকের দিনে যারা শিল্পীরা তুলে ধরছেন, একটু যদি তার অথেন্টিসিটিটাকে মেনটেন করেন, স্বরবিতান ফলো করে চলেন, তাহলে বোধহয় অনেকটা ভালো হয়। আপনার দ্বিতীয় প্রশ্নটা ম্যাম আরেকবার একটু যদি রিপিট করেন।
যে ধরনের প্রোগ্রাম কন্টেন্ট আমরা অন্যান্য চ্যানেলে দেখতে পাই, তার রেসপেক্টে তো অনেকটা অন্যরকম প্রোগ্রাম এখনও তারা প্রোভাইড করে। তো আমি বলছি, তাহলে কি এই ধরনের গবেষণামূলক প্রোগ্রাম বা অনুষ্ঠান বাড়ানোর আরও প্রয়োজন? এটা একটা আমাদের দায়িত্বের মধ্যে পড়ে।
নিশ্চয়ই প্রয়োজন। কারণ আমি একজন অল ইন্ডিয়া রেডিও আর্টিস্ট বটে, তার কারণে আমি দূরদর্শনেও অনুষ্ঠান করছি। আমি অন্তত চেষ্টা করছি, আমি যখনই কোনো গান পরিবেশন করছি, তার সাথে করে আমি চেষ্টা করি তার প্রেক্ষাপটটাকে তুলে ধরার। কারণ তাতে করে আমার আজকের প্রজন্মের বাচ্চারা জানে না রবি ঠাকুর কী বা কে ছিলেন। তার অনেক সময় আমি মানে বাসে ট্রামে চলতে আমি শুনেছি তারা নিজেদের মধ্যেই আলোচনা করছে, বড্ড ঘ্যানঘ্যানে। এই ঘ্যানঘ্যানে শব্দটা আসবে না। সবার বাড়িতেই সুসজ্জিতভাবে ড্রয়িং রুমে রচনাবলী থাকে, গীতবিতান থাকে, এবং সব মায়েরাই ছেলে মেয়েদের গান শেখাতে নিয়ে যাচ্ছেন, আবৃত্তি শেখাতে নিয়ে যাচ্ছেন। কিন্তু সেটা বাড়িতে কতটা আলোচনা হচ্ছে, আজকে তুমি কি গান শিখলে, কিংবা আজকে আঁকাতে কি শিখলে, বা আজকে বাংলা সিলেবাসে যদি রবি ঠাকুরের কোনো চ্যাপ্টার বা কোনো কিছু নিয়ে বিষয় নিয়ে আলোচনা হলো, সেটা ছেলেমেয়েরা আজকাল আর বাড়ি এসে কেউ আলোচনাও করে না। তাই আমাদের সময় টিচারদের কাছে আমরা অনেক কিছু জেনেছি, আজকের সময় স্টুডেন্টসদের এত প্রশ্নও থাকে না টিচারদের কাছে জানতে চাইলে নিশ্চয়ই তিনি জানাবেন, কিন্তু বাড়িতে এসেও সেটাকে নিজের মতন করে, যে নোটসটা পেলাম সেটাকে নিজের মতন করে আরেকবার পড়া জানা, সেটাও হয় না। তাই নিশ্চয়ই শুধু শিল্পীদের কাছেও আমার এটা অনুরোধ থাকবে, যারাই অনুষ্ঠান পরিবেশন করেন তারাও যদি একটু প্রেক্ষাপটগুলোকে তুলে ধরেন, তাহলে খুব ভালো হয়।
খুব সুন্দর বলেছেন। প্রশ্ন যিনি করলেন ম্যাডামকে অসংখ্য ধন্যবাদ।
থ্যাংক ইউ।
Thank you for that very wonderful paper. It was an interactive session, but since we are running short of time, I would like to move to the next paper.
নমস্কার।
Let us have a huge clap for her. Marginalized in the media, analysis of rape reporting on Dalit women in India's select English language national newspapers. This is by Sneha Ghosh. Are you a research scholar, Sneha? Yes, she is from Vishwabharati University.
Good afternoon, ma'am. Good afternoon, everyone. I am Sneha Ghosh, research scholar from Vishwabharati. I'll directly move to my research title, that is Marginalized in the Media, Analysis of Rape Reporting on Dalit Women. As we already know that Dalits in India still face significant caste-based prejudice and exclusion, and Dalit women stand at the intersection of caste and gender oppression, which makes them among the most vulnerable groups. Now, media plays a powerful role in shaping public discourses, but this marginalization extends to the mainstream media as well. And media coverage is selective, politicized, and often sidelines the Dalit women. There are countless studies on rape reporting and Dalit presentation separately.
Side is switched up.
Okay. However, there are countless studies on rape reporting and Dalit representation. However, the intersection of caste and gender in rape reportage is still underexplored. That is why I chose this for my research. This study examines digital news reports of 3 English language national dailies, the Times of India, the Hindu, and Hindustan Times, on violence against Dalit women. These are the objectives of my study, and which focuses mainly on the visibility of such news reports, headlines, then framing and narratives, then language and tone, types of photos used, stereotypes, whether there are stereotypes, victim blaming, or sensationalism. For the theoretical framework, I applied 2 frameworks: Kaufman's framing theory, which shows how media shapes meaning by using frames, how it highlights and downplays issues, and then Touchman's symbolic annihilation, which explains how certain groups face underrepresentation, trivialization, or omission in media content. Moving to the methodology, 3 newspapers' websites were thoroughly scanned. That, as I already mentioned, the Times of India, the Hindu, and the Hindustan Times, using keywords like Dalit sexual assault, and rape. These were the keywords for searching the news reports, and purposive sampling was employed. The time period was taken. The time period was of 6 months, from 1st March to 31st August. And the research method employed was qualitative content analysis. Yeah, and the 15 news articles were studied using mainly qualitative content analysis. The only quantitative measure is the visibility and frequency of rape reports in the newspapers. All of the others, like the visibility and the headline framing, representation, framing and narrative, language and tone, photographic choices were analyzed qualitatively. Now, moving to the findings, the Times of India, among the 3, reported the most around sexual violence against Dalit women. The Hindu and Hindustan Times reported very few of the incidents. Meanwhile, the 2 newspapers did report consistently on the high-profile law college rape case. However, the news reports regarding Dalit women, they were very rare in the Hindu and Hindustan Times. Now, moving to the headline framing, as you can see, the Times of India had the most, they had the most news reports. The newspapers, however, heavily relied on sensationalism, with headlines like those on the screen, which frequently had words like horror or shocker or exaggerated incidental details in the headlines itself. The Hindus' headlines were mostly factual. However, I have only placed the Times of India and the Hindustan Times headlines only. About the representation, caste identity was consistently foregrounded. Caste identity was consistently foregrounded for victims, but often erased for perpetrators, unless the perpetrator was Dalit or from a different religious group. Survivors were stereotyped through layers of vulnerability, described as minors, elderly, poor, mothers, or disabled, framing them as victims without any agency. Narratives frequently focused on victims' suffering, which, while appearing empathetic, often reduces survivors to symbols of pain and ignored broader systemic issues of caste hierarchies and justice failures. Perpetrator framing, on the other hand, was inconsistent, often limited to age or name, and with caste or religious highlighted only when perpetrators belonged to a lower caste or was Dalit itself. However, when the perpetrator was of upper caste, it was totally sidelined. And then this omission silences the structural power dynamics of caste, gender, and religion that underpin such violence. About framing and narrative, most of the news reports framed the violence strictly as a law and order issue, detaching it from the larger social realities. Political controversies and leaders' statements frequently took center stage, shifting the focus away from the survivors. Some coverage did highlight institutional failures like delayed justice and police negligence, but systemic caste gender oppression was rarely made explicit in the narrative.
Ma'am, you have 2 minutes left.
About the language and tone, majority of the news reports were sensational and with unnecessary and exaggerated crime details. Several reports had implicit victim blaming that highlighted Dalit women's movements or whereabouts, like had gone out with the fiancé or playing outside her home, which implicitly assumed that she was responsible for the violence. The emphasis of all the reports were majorly on portraying the Dalit women as vulnerable with no agency and establishing that as their sole identity, as victims. And institutional failures were consistently trivialized. Delays, suspensions, and lapses were reported merely as procedural shortcomings. Then, it's not working. Yeah, these are the photographic choices. The pie chart shows this. The real incidental photos, majorly, as you can see, the symbolic victimhood photos were used for portraying the news reports, and where women are reduced to faceless, helpless figures. Legal or justice-related images highlights police courts or crime scenes, shifts the focus to state action, but it's still better than establishing victimhood images. Location maps or no photos were used, which totally hints towards the erasure. Overall, these choices prioritize victimhood and institutions over women's agency. Now, the concluding slide. The study shows that English national dailies heavily rely on sensationalism while reporting on sexual assaults against Dalit women. Structural caste gender violence is reduced to mere isolated incidents. Survivors are framed primarily as symbols of victimhood. Perpetrators' identities were frequently erased while institutional voices dominated, and the narrative. This clearly reflects the symbolic annihilation where the voices of the survivors were totally erased, and an ethical approach adopting sensitive and humane language and highlighting the systemic approach is required. Thank you.
Thank you so much. You used the term when you said that it was erased. I have no problem or issues with that. But when you use the term eraser, what do you mean? Because eraser has another connotation as well. As Derrida uses it, he says that it's visible and yet not visible. Are you using the term eraser in that sense?
Yes, somewhat. As I used it in terms of the photographs, in their voices, as they were completely ignored. In case of rape and murder cases, there can't be victims' statements. But in cases where they are the survivors, their statements were not present at all. Only official statements were there. So I meant literally erasure of their.
Okay. Okay.
voices.
Then coming to that part, when you say that maybe they give another meta-narrative of the whole act, that there was a fiancé or something like that, it brings to my mind Gayatri Chakraborty's Can the Subaltern Speak? Because they're also the same thing. Even after proving it with her body, waiting for the menstruation cycle to start, for her menstruations to start, yet the body couldn't speak. My third contention is this, that you were talking about the theories 1974, 1978, right?
Yes.
So why are you not using theories on body politics which are more recent? Is there any reason behind that?
Sorry, ma'am, I was not aware of such theory. I'll surely look into it and read more on it.
And another thing is that you spoke about not having agency, which brings to my mind a very important and very emotional context of Mahashweta Devi's short story, Draupadi, Dobdi Machen. The body is raped, and when the police, after raping her multiple times, after violating her self-respect and everything related with that, when they come and they ask her to have that sari, not 5 years or 6 years, whatever she has, she says that, Tora amake porate parbik na, because you are no man. If you have denuded me, then you have no power to prove that you are men. And therefore, this is for the first time an unarmed target, it is written over there. She comes very close to the Senanayak. The Senanayak is a military officer. He's standing over there. এবং দোবদি মেছেন তার খুব কাছে চলে আসে, spits out on the bush shirt that he's wearing, the white bush shirt. And she says that, no, কিছু তোরা পারবি না. That is how the story ends. My point is that is how we get agency. The rape victims, no matter how they're presented, they also have their ways of having that agency. Do you agree with that?
Yes, ma'am, but here I'm talking about the Dalit women who, like the agency I'm here talking about is like about the photographs. They, of course, we can't use the victims or the survivors' photographs, but we can use empowering images or or maybe images that like collective protest kind of images. But instead, most of the newspapers, like all of the photos were of, fearful girls or hands grabbing them. Photos, such photos.
Very symbolic, right?
Yeah, so such photos don't really establish agency. That's why I said so.
Thank you. It was wonderful listening to you. Now it's open to the audience for interactions, questions. Sir, please.
Rather, observation or question. The question is, I have seen your conclusion. Yes. But why only Dalit women? All this, the observation on the conclusion. For media, you can say that we are biased on the coverage of the rape victims, over sensationalization, everything. We try to make her guilty. But how you will come to this inference that this English media, Hindustan Times, Hindu and Times of India, your research, it is specifically Dalit woman, rape on the Dalit woman is actually, they have done this. Because women are itself victim. So, it's, when it's an atrocity against Dalit, like Satyajit Ray's Sadgati movie, সেখানে কিন্তু ওমপুরি ভিকটিম পুরুষ, সেটা কিন্তু একটা আলাদা ইস্যু না, দলিত অ্যাট্রোসিটি। তো দলিত ওমেনকে তুমি যখন আইডেন্টিফাই করছো, তাহলে সেটা আমি তুমি বলছি, তাহলে সেটা কিভাবে তুমি এটাকে তাহলে শুধু দলিতদের ক্ষেত্রে বলছো? I am little confused on this, that's why.
Okay, so first of all, I took Dalit women because to narrow down my research, and second thing is, as I said, about the visibility. As I already said that most of the, like only Times of India reported frequently on Dalit rape cases. However, if we look at the Hindu or the Hindustan Times, they didn't really focus on such issues. Like while I was analyzing, I had very few news reports that were the same, that were also reported in those newspapers. However, the high-profile case of the law college, Kolkata Law College rape case, that was consistently reported. So in terms of visibility, I'll say that it's different. This is as you said, the atrocities are similar. Like they all go through the same thing. However, first of all, Dalits are like, I didn't really compare with the other other news reports, but I felt that they were solely focused, like portraying them as victims, and of course they like consistently used like the Adivasi girl or the Dalit women, Dalit girls. So that's why I felt that it's different. Yeah, there are very minor differences, but the main difference is the visibility and frequency. And yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Girl raped. It is good. You want more coverage or less coverage? Like there is a school of thought that you should ban the stories on suicide because it enhances the through media, suicide tendency, copycat suicides increase. But for rape, what do you think? That we should not use the word Dalit, or we should not cover this Dalit rape? Times of India is sensationalizing. That is the over sensationalization is bad. We should do the factual rape coverage. Exactly, I have that query.
Yes, sir. Like the Hindu reported most of the news stories factually. Like all of them have certain pros and cons. Like the Times of India, they are covering, like providing the most coverage. However, they are mostly sensationalizing the stories. However, the Hindu, they are like, they are being factual, but they are covering very lesser stories, as I said. So is consistent. Only I think in that is something I'm not able to say.
Okay, thank you. So, thank you, Mr. Ghoshal, for that wonderful interactive session that we had just right now. And thank you, madam. It has been a very nice paper. Next, we have Mr. Shourabh Mukherjee, and he'll be speaking on designing resistance, how visual storytelling in independent Indian cinema reframes marginalized narratives. Over to you, sir.
Okay, students at the back, as we are talking about margin, I know you guys are on the margin of anger and hunger. So please bear with me for the next 8 minutes. So this paper actually talks about the kind of cinema that we consume right now, the popular centric cinemas, how they underrepresent the marginalized. Okay, to start with, I will start the quote of Martin Luther King that our lives begin to end the day we become silent about things that matter. So on that note, I talked about this film. I have taken a case study of 5 films actually. Kissa, Imayu, Village Rockstar, Fandry, and Court. These are the 5 films that became popular after they have been into Venice and Busan and Cannes. But the context of all these films are very, very, very relevant. So the research objectives of my study is to analyze the representation of the marginalized communities, the mise-en-scene, the camera, the movements, all these things, how they kind of represent the marginalized in the popular films vis-a-vis the local or the independence film, if I am dare to say. The explorer of the caste, gender, sexuality, and all these things. Now, as a form of study, when I talked about these 4 films, the primary film theory that I have kept in mind was Thomas Althusser, Christine Thompson, and David Broadwell's idea of film theory. So now let's talk about the 4 films. Firstly, Kissa, directed by Anup Singh. It talked about partition and displacement and the question of gender. So now Umber Singh, which was brilliantly portrayed by Irfan, he kind of named his 4th daughter as a son. He named him Kanwar. And then the next film, Imayu, or Rest in Peace, it talked about the coastal community and how they are being represented as a marginal communities. Then, sadly, Village Rockstar, I'll just give an anecdote to this. When Rimadas first made Village Rockstar and he went for, let's say, producer of the film, everybody, all the major houses kind of rejected that. Now, when it comes to Village Rockstar 2, immediately after announcing the film, since it went to Busan and it went to Cannes, so immediately they got the producers. And it talks about rural poverty and also, again, the question of gender. Fandry by Nagraj Manjule is again something that talks about caste. And Court by Chaitanya Thamane, it's a different take on state versus a nobody. So now, when we talk about these marginalized films, now, if we dare to go back, let's remember the 2 brilliant films by Ghotok, the Subarno Rekha, for that example, Bagdibo, brilliantly portrayed by Geeta De. Her name was Kaushalya. Now, how that was represented in the films. Or Sir talked about Shodgoti, even Aranya Din Ratri. They kind of talked about a certain marginality in a different sense. But on the journey of the films, gradually we kind of forgot about all these things for the mainstream media. Now, the research methodology that I have taken is a mostly qualitative framework, and the literature review that I have done here, though 8 minutes is a very short time to kind of discuss about the literature review, so I'll move on to the findings. The first thing that, and also I have kept the image of Masan because it started as an independent film, then gradually people got involved and it became a mainstream release. So the findings that I have is independent cinema is kind of a counter discourse to what Bollywood portrays. And the way we represent. So if I dare to quote, let's say, it was not really a quote, it was an interview of Yash Chopra, and he kind of, when for the film Chandni, when Yash Chopra saw the makeup of Sridevi, he talked, no, mera heroine aisa nahi hoga. It will be different. So that is something that is brilliantly in the new age films like Imayu or Fandry or Court. They are completely different. They do not make their heroine the way heroine is portrayed in cinema. So marginalized and aptly so. Film, like for the film, these kind of, as there is light, these are certain films, the way they have represented gender, sexuality. And it is also, when we had this session on the morning, the whole marginalized community or the whole question, end of the day, comes to the question of capital, the access of capital, how much capital does the film can. So whenever we go to a producer, the first thing is 100 crore kama lega na. So that is something, these films had kind of crossed those barriers. And if we can, like, there is a poster of Beyond Bollywood, that is independent cinema of India. And the term Bollywood itself is so derogatory. It is Hindi cinema, and we have Bollywoodization of that. So that's also a theory by Madhav Prasad, that is how we have represented the heroes, how we have, and how those things have changed over the years. So how much time I have actually?
Last 2 minutes,
Last
I suppose.
2 minutes, okay. It's a good time to talk about then. Let's talk about what Arundhati Rai has said, that those who are left out, phased out, or kept out are not voiceless. They are unheard. So this is something, and yesterday Arindam Das said about the same thing. There are two kind of untouchables, who we dare not to touch and who we refuse to touch. So these are the films that talk about who we refuse to touch. And as a student of, let's say, media, communication, animation, filmmaking, when you are telling a story, please talk about people who we refuse to touch. So in these 4 films, we kind of created or tried to create a case study, ma'am, where these are the films that made well in the festival circuit, so then they got the limelight that they deserved. So there are so many films out there who needed that limelight. So I will end my small session or small piece on this note, that let's find out these films, and let's kind of bring out a culture of independent cinema, because that is the only place where we talk about margins. Thank you so much.
Thank you, sir. And I do suppose with your very nicely put presentation out there, you are yourself now in the limelight as well. And thank you for giving a take on that the term Bollywood itself is derogatory in that way. My question, humble question to you is this, that you were talking about Broadwell's ideas, in addition to other theories as well, about reading films and reading aesthetic takes, and you were also talking about triangulation and credibility, right? So how does this produce a counter discourse in the narrative?
Yes. So I'll just give you a small example. Whenever a typical Bollywood hero is portrayed, amader basic brief ta thake, low angle theke utbe camera ta, long take hobe, chul udbe, ebong Bollywood hero ekdom nich theke dhukbe on the frame, tale dorshok city marbe. So that is a portrayal of a hero. But in a film like Imayu or Village Rockstar, there is no such long takes, or there is no such hair flowing things and all those things. So, but they are in their rightly way said they are heroes and heroines in their real lives. So that is something, if we, in terms of designing the mise-en-scene, in terms of designing the narrative, if we can keep these things in mind, I think that will be.
Right. Another is this, that you talked about semiotic analysis. Now, do you mean language as per se, or do you mean film language? Because language of a film is different, reading a film is different.
Absolutely, ma'am. I talked about film language because mostly the visual narratives, how the cameras, all these slow cuts and all the transitions, how they are designed in a very meticulous way. So the way maybe a Seema Pawa is portrayed is not the way Alia Bhatt is portrayed. So that is something I talked about.
Absolutely. It's open now to the audience for your interactions, questions, feedbacks, comments, whatever. Any questions from the audience or your feedback on this paper? So, okay. Then, thank you, sir. Acha.
Again, you are trying to divide the mainstream movie and the movie for margin. Earlier, it was art film, commercial film. don't you think that it's a bad tendency to divide and rule? Because good film and bad film, is it not better approach?
Absolutely, sir. Absolutely, because Pather Pachali was one of the highest grossers. But আমাদের একটা বেসিক ধারণা আমরা এইভাবে ছবিটা মানে আমরা when we send it to a producer or when we find a agency to kind of publish about this, they first see হিরো কে হিরোইন কে কত টাকা কামাবে ব্যাক ক্যালকুলেশন অফ দ্য অল দ্য হোল থিং সো ওই জন্যই মানে আমি ডিভিশন করব বলে ডিভিশন করেছি স্যার otherwise for the paper say I have used the word independent cinema because every film is independent film or in that way sir.
Can I ask?
Yeah, please.
What should be the for new filmmakers, like from most of the media students will be trying their luck on independent filmmaking. So what should be the revenue model? Where they do look for revenues or funds to fund their film basically?
Okay, that's a different kind of talk altogether. But just to sum it up, there are multiple areas of revenue. So Film Bazaar is there. People, students, they do go to Film Bazaar to promote to get a pitch for all those things. There is obviously that way. Then this is Rimadas and all. They first send it to the circuit, film circuit, and then once they kind of get the appreciation, then obviously Netflix will take it. Yeah, they all made revenue, but they all struggled getting a producer at first. So that is then they kind of Village Rockstar was crowdfunded in the first few takes was crowdfunded. So is for Imayu. So that is the question. If we do not see the narrative of the film, if we do not talk about the story, then there is a problem, sir.
Thank you for that wonderful paper. So before we wind up with this session, I would like to thank this very vibrant and wonderful audience out there. And next, it has been a learning experience for me for two reasons. One, because of these papers, the discussions. Another thing is that, which I'd like to bring to your notice. Mr. Jayanta Ghoshal is a name. He need not sit over there to listen, to learn, to unlearn, and to interact. Continuously, sir, বসে থাকলেন। আমরা যখন অস্থির হয়ে গেলাম, কেউ হল থেকে বেরিয়ে চলে গেলাম, নানান রকম কিছু করলাম, তখন একজন ক্রমাগত বসে শুনলেন খুব মন দিয়ে, এবং তার কাছ থেকে এই শিক্ষাও পেলাম যে লিসনিং ইজ অ্যান আর্ট, দ্য লাইভস অফ গ্রেট মেন টু রিমাইন্ড আস উই ক্যান মেক আওয়ার লাইফ সাবলাইম। থ্যাংক ইউ ফর মেকিং আস সাবলাইম। থ্যাংক ইউ।
Thank you so much, ma'am. Thank you so much, ma'am. We end the morning session of the paper presentations. Now I hand over to Professor Shoikat Mojumdar for his ending note of the session.
So as Saurav has already mentioned that students are in the borderline of anger and hunger. So and for others, I suppose they are at the borderline of hunger at least, if not anger. Right, so I would like to conclude it very quickly. Dr. Anupama Chaudhary, I thank you very much for conducting the session in such a nice way. And I thank all the paper presenters for such enriching papers, such enriching inputs. In fact, I could not listen to most of the papers, and I think personally it's a miss for me. But can't help since as an organizer I had to run around the whole campus for different reasons. Anyway, so I thank you once again, and before we conclude, we will be gathering here all the paper presenters. Please come here for a group photo. And a very important announcement that all the paper presenters, after this session is over, the photograph is taken, you please move to room number 508, that is in 5th floor, and have your lunch, please. And our volunteers are here to guide our guests to the VIP lounge. I would like to invite Dr. Anupama Chaudhary, Joyantoda, Joydeep, and all other faculty members who are present here. Please come to the stage for a group photo. And of course, all the paper presenters, please.
তুমি শুরু করে Next, we have Mr. Tarak Das, who will be joining us on the stage. With over 15 years of experience in communication and skill development, he now serves as zonal coordinator at Cyberspace, where he has conducted 100 plus sessions on cyber safety, reaching more than 75,000 individuals across Jharkhand. His mission is simple yet powerful: to empower every individual with knowledge of cyber safety. Please welcome Mr. Tarak Das. I would like to again request Shoikat sir to come up on the stage and felicitate the guest. Thank you, sir. Next, we have Anindita Mishra ma'am. Anindita Mishra ma'am, an educated trainer and former McAfee Cyber Mom India, who has been leading voice in promoting digital safety and responsible online conduct. Currently serving as senior consultant at Cyber Peace Foundation, she is dedicated to building a cyber savvy society through impactful content creation and training. Let's welcome her with a big round of applause. With our distinguished guest on the stage, it is now my honor to hand over the session to Mr. Joydeep Dasgupta to take the proceedings forward. Sir, please.
Good afternoon. Good afternoon, everyone. খাবার খেয়ে এসেছো না খালি পেটে এসেছো? নো ওয়ান্ডার, আওয়াজ বেরোচ্ছে না। গুড আফটারনুন, আমিও খালি পেটে আছি। কাম অন। With a big smile, because we are going to now talk about something we all should be aware of, are aware of, but need more exposure to, and that is cyber security.
Yes. Good afternoon, everyone. You can come close, na? पीछे वाले सामने आ जाओ. Come close. It is a very crucial topic. We all should know what cyber security is all about. Cyber, digital safety, digital online safety. And since ma'am is here, we will discuss let's discuss, madam, since we are in the intersection of a very crucial transition, we can say, from digital era, from information age to intellectual age, AI age. So what is the role of how cyber security or cyber peace is going to ensure the cyber security of the country, of the society, of the people?
Thank you for asking a very significant question from my point of view, because I would first like to introduce Cyber Peace Foundation and Cyber Peace Corps. Even though we write it as CORPS, the pronunciation is core. Core, like you have the signal corps in the army and the radio, these are the people, the small expert groups who are the ones who do a lot of tough work. My Cyber Peace core people are consisting of youth, young people from colleges and other volunteers from our life who come across our mission and vision, become committed to the same, and help us take the message of cyber safety across the world and globally. Cyber Peace Foundation, as I told yesterday, was the dream of Major Vineet Kumar, who is our founder and global president. And this is one of its kind civil society organization that works towards cyber safety, empowering people by training them on how to be secure, giving them a voice by helping them identify misinformation, threats, and knowing where to report, and also build resilience. This whole system, if I can show you, will tell you, the slide that tells you about who we are. It is a common name in many states where we have large volunteer bases where people like you from colleges and all who work to help us empower young people, old people, people from different, we are very inclusive and there is no gender bias. So across all demographies, we have people who are being trained and who in turn are giving training to people so that our vision of cybersecurity for all is obtained. The mission is cybersecurity, and we are doing it through our 4 pillars, which are policy and advocacy, outreach and collaborations, and then our innovation and research. Our research has yielded a lot of tools like e-Kavach, smart rescue for anti-trafficking information and intelligence. Then we have the quick response team for phishing and other scam victims. We have a 24/7 helpline. That number is 957-000-0066, wherein anyone can drop in their complaint and seek solution. We advise you which are the right steps to take. These are the 4 verticals of Cyber Peace Foundation, of which one of the main, our wing is Cyber Peace Core. It is comprising of young people who are empowered and who in turn empower. And that is the journey we are going to begin today with you, students of mass communication and journalism, because you are the voices through newspaper, media, communication experts at different industries. You are the communicators. And today your topic is the voice, the missing and the invisible. How are they going to find a voice? You are the ones who are going to give them voice by explaining. But before you do that, there are a lot of things, I believe, Joydeep, that people have to be aware of before they go online and start talking.
Can you please elaborate on, since you have just mentioned cyber clubs, cyber co-ops, so can you elaborate and make them understand, basically, the students of mass communication and journalism, how they can take benefit out of this? Can you elaborate on this step by step, how they can participate, how they can involve themselves?
Yes.
And do wonders. Basically.
Yes. Well, let me take you through the process. Outside you will find our Cyber Peace stand wherein we have our brochures that you can go through. The Cyber Peace initiative is a Google organized and sponsored initiative that we are doing. It is a 10-hour course at the end of which you will be certified as a myth buster and first responder. You will be the ones who will know how to identify misinformation. You'll be the ones to know what errors or weaknesses or vulnerabilities led to a person falling victim to a cyber threat. And you'll be the ones who will that we need all youngsters in all colleges take part in this to take this forward. We need your help. Together, we can. So this is the thing. We also have a lot of hackathons. We have cyber gaming clubs wherein online gaming and how it is to be carried out responsibly and securely is also taught along with gaming. We have Cyber Peace TV. If you check online on YouTube, you'll find Cyber Peace TV, wherein we continually share cyber threats. In videos, we share what is happening and how you can fight against such threats, identify and fight and tackle them. We also have different hackathons. Now, if you love hackathons, solving problems, capture the flag, we have hackathons with Delhi Police, we have hackathons with other organizations, with Army in Pune, we had organized one, wherein we give them different problems, and these problems are solved. It can be a problem to do with journalism, with mass communication, with technological apps and tools. You may develop an app one day, and we may work on that. Anything to indigenously produce content, tools, and policies that is going to help the country become more secure. If we are secure, as Joydeep, we all know, cyber security is a chain.
Right. So it is not bad to have social media accounts, and you have, we all are basically tech savvy people, and we must have our presence on social media, which is a very crucial platforms these days. So health wise and digital wise.
I think both are very important. Now, let us think of a scenario. I want all of you to listen to me, participate. For years, we have all been members of some or the other social media group. Social media came with a very big bang in India around about 2014,
Yeah,
15.
India is the highest user of
And
Facebook.
now we are the highest users of social media. And number is increasing. Continually, the number of people being added to social media every year is increasing, not by thousands, by lakhs, but millions, hundreds of lakhs of people are joining the social media bandstream. Now, you are going to be communicators, whether in the field of journalism or anywhere else where you require people from mass comm background. You're going to speak, and you will expect your speech to be understood and accepted and responded to. For these, there are three things required. You should be very clear in your speech. You cannot say anything that is ambiguous or confusing, because people will not understand. What you are writing will be only read. Your body expressions will not be seen. Second thing is, you have to be credible. That is cyber ethics. It's a big thing, being digital, following digital ethical practices. What you can do, what you cannot do. And as a speaker, again, and I'm saying speaker, I do not mean audio, I mean print media, online media, everywhere. So, and the third is, you need to know from where you're getting your information. Now, how many of you have mobile phones? More than one? Yeah. Hello? More than one mobile phone? Come on, raise hand. All right, 2 SIMs in one mobile phone? Double SIM phones? All right, very few have double SIM, one single phone. Now, how many of you have I think my voice will carry with the people. How many of you have security software on your phones installed? All right, this lady finally raises her hand. She's a very careful user. So there are others too of you. Why do you have, all those who have not raised your hand, do you have security software on your laptops? How many? Hands up. Yes, yes, I can hear voices, see hands up. Why do you not have security software on your phones? A phone is a mini version of your laptop. Your laptop will not easily get stolen unless you leave it somewhere and forget about it. The phone, I leave it here and I talk, somebody can move it, take it. Somebody can unlock it if it is not locked and install some program, download something or copy. There is a UAE made video made in a Dubai school to create awareness about WhatsApp. WhatsApp, it's very encrypted, very safe. Now this girl gets messages about, I know what you did, you're having this conversation, you are going to a party, and she gets very scared because from unknown number, she's getting these WhatsApp messages. And how did that person get her number and start connecting with her? The only thing she had done is, in a library, she had lent her phone to another guy who said, my phone's dead, I need to make a call, will you allow? So she had lent a phone, and while making the call, he had turned on his phone's WhatsApp web, his laptop's WhatsApp web, and copied the WhatsApp there. So he has the girl's WhatsApp on his laptop, and he could follow. It was like mirroring the girl's WhatsApp. Okay? So this was a very important case wherein you have to remember, if you journalists do not know this, how will you take this message to the people? You're talking about the marginalized. They wouldn't know. If you, the trained ones, do not know, how will the marginalized know? That your security does not stop with your laptop. You need it for your gaming device. You need it for your CCTV. You need it for your phones. Anything that connects to the internet.
Can you elaborate on social media, basically social media, how algorithm, then trends basically works on social media? Because most of the students, most of us are in social media to promote activities.
Right.
And we have to keep in mind both safety and security while doing our marketing jobs as well. So can you elaborate on this?
Now I'm going to ask you students first, has anybody ever faced any kind of problems on social media? Like being approached by a stranger, somebody writing some abusive material, some indecent photographs being sent to you on your personal WhatsApp or on any other phone you have faced? What is the first thing you do? Block, report. Good. Do you keep evidence? Also. So now she's aware. Now we are moving now from device security. So before I move on from the device security, have a look at the PPT. These are all the ways your device can be insecure. Something like juice jacking. Do you know what juice jacking is? It is as simple as using a USB port somewhere, maybe at a railway station, at the airport, anywhere, where you are charging using your USB port. If that USB has malware infected in it, it will pass on to your device and you will have a malware infested device. It is very important, therefore, you know how all the ways in which you can be attacked. We use a lot of public or free Wi-Fi. How many of you like using free Wi-Fi? Yeah? We go to some smart places where free Wi-Fi and we start downloading content, checking our messages. Now free Wi-Fi is a haven, a paradise for hackers because they can launch man-in-the-middle attack. You are sending some sensitive content, maybe doing some financial transaction, making a UPI payment, or sending some personal photographs, or data, or your mark sheets, something to somebody else. The man in the middle is a person, is a hacker who has access to both now because he has already hacked and entered the system. In very simple terms, the data is going from you to them, may or may not be going to the third person. It usually goes to the third person, so you will not know. They are collecting data from both sides. So do not use free Wi-Fi. Nothing comes free in this world. A free test, a free anything, download. Anything that comes free, the product, who is the product? You. You are the product.
I must recommend you to watch this specific film on Netflix, Social Dilemma. Have you seen? পারলে দেখো সোশ্যাল ডাইলেমা একটা খুব সুন্দর ডকুমেন্টারি ইট টক্স অ্যাবাউট হাউ আওয়ার থিংস আর বিং moderated and who else is keeping your data with them, and you are the product basically, where you are getting free access to internet means you are the product.
You are the product. So that is why I always say buy your software. Do not use cracked or illegally downloaded software because they all carry programs that may be taking out data or they have malware in them. Buy one time, use it. Also, now sir had asked a very important question, Jaideep said, and about social media. What are the things that you watch out for? Number one, the algorithms. We all know about the algorithms. Somebody presented a paper and mentioned algorithms also. Now, algorithms are nothing but the use of all machine learning, okay, and AI to study your pattern. Every social media is pattern. His pattern is different. He may be looking into different matter and elements. His interests are different. My interest may be different. I may be looking up a few cooking recipe. I may be following cyber safety. I may be following friends who are going on travel. And they will show me only the content I am watching. They will make me talk to only the people I have responded to or who have responded to me. So if you have 300 friends on Facebook, you will not see messages from all 300 of them. You will only see from a chosen 20. Again and again and again, in such a way, unless you look at your friend list and personally, individually write to all of them, you will lose interaction and communication with a large chunk of your friends. And this is how echo chambers are formed. Echo chambers is when you join a WhatsApp group or a social media group, where your thoughts are repeated or replicated by the rest of the members. So we all, like supposing, we have one group. We all believe football is the best game. No other game comes. So we talk about football, we discuss about football. We think there should be more money spent on football. Right. I'm just giving a simple example. Life is not so simple.
And this way, I think narratives are being created.
That creates a narrative. Because I will trust only if he is my group member, what Joydeep is saying. Now, I'll not only trust Joydeep on football, I'll also trust him on health, on religion, on community, on anything, because he's a friend.
And we do voluntarily join certain groups. WhatsApp group, onekgulo WhatsApp group, we keep on joining. Facebook groups, then Instagram groups. There are various kind of groups where there are particularly particular kind of discussions are going on. We carry those content and then we share those content further. Thereby, we are also the spreader of, thus we became the spreader of misinformation and disinformation, which is crucial. So we have to stop ourselves from there. Secondly, I would like to ask you, ma'am, basically, we have recently seen Operation Sindoor.
Yeah.
Wars are being now fought on social media. যত গ্রাউন্ডে হচ্ছে না তার থেকে বেশি আমরা সোশ্যাল মিডিয়াতে যুদ্ধ হচ্ছে
তোমরা কি সবাই দেখেছো অপারেশন সিঁদুরের ছবিস and videos?
You all must have followed that there were certain narratives कि हमने पाकिस्तान कब्जा कर लिया, इस्लामाबाद, कराची, रावलपिंडी আমরা কবজা করে নিয়েছি। আরেকদিকে আমরা দেখছিলাম there were crucial points from Pakistan social media क्या बोलेंगे army that they are capturing Jammu airport, they are reaching Delhi, they have already captured Pathankot, Jaipur. So these are crucial, and this way narratives are being created. And most of the people, those who have their presence or those who are in social media or those who carry internet or those who carry this smartphone, which is very very both powerful weapon which can make and break. So this kind of narratives are being created. So my question to you, ma'am, is whether we are adequately prepared to face any kind of, in case of cyber security attack, cyber attack, say for on our defense establishments, government establishment, or in that case, organization like that of yours, how they are educating people and how well we are prepared to fight or face this kind of attacks.
I'm sorry, attacks on critical infrastructure, like the attack on AIMS in New Delhi that had happened, or a number of attacks during Operation Sindoor had happened on our all our electric supply, everything that is on that can be computerized is in risk of facing attacks, and we have national plans being designed, but some of our infrastructure is so old that this cannot be covered by the modern system. So the work government is doing. But what CyberPeace is doing is training people. Now, like I'll give you one tip that we give to everybody. When you travel, you all have your phones with you, right? Now, supposing you're not making UPI payments, you use your cards. Are you aware that if your card is touch enabled, like you can just touch your card to the device, card can get debited. Have you made payments with credit cards where you just touch the card to the POS machine? Now, that is why the warning comes that this is, if you keep a lot of amount, or it can be debited. Somebody can just bring a mobile size POS machine, type in payment to be made 2,000 rupees and come near your bag and the money can get debited. So the thing we do tell you is, cover your card and keep with the aluminum foil, simple. They will not be able to read the RFID, okay? So you must know how to be safe. Knowing is half the task done, and then practicing cyber hygiene. Your own security depends on all your pins and password. You need to protect, and this message you have to take to everybody, that protect your phone, protect your laptop, protect all your devices. Without them, you are exposing yourself and everybody else you know. Have you got on WhatsApp, how many of you got Amazon super sale, a message comes with lot of stars and all, 50% discount. Now that person had clicked on a link, so they got, and all their contacts got that message. In that, what will happen is, now whoever in that contact list will click on the message, they will send to their contact list, what is this particular program doing? Collecting names and phone numbers. Harvesting of data is a very big thing because duplicate identities, AI you were talking about before deepfakes came into it, duplicate identities, new papers. You go to a place, you find somebody with your name, your ID, your photograph, courtesy Facebook or Snapchat or Tinder or wherever else you are, Insta, where you're sharing so many photographs of yours.
So ethical issues are of, basically it is not a collective responsibility, but it is an individual responsibility to be ethical. While you are on social media, so it is your ethical responsibility. At the same time, when we are using AI for generating contents, for say for example, for video, images, or any kind of content, so it is ethics that is to keep in mind.
Very much so. Like you do not say edit content, if you are copying from somewhere, it is plagiarization. Even if you edit the content, you should give credit, not edit. Now deepfakes, as Joydeep had already mentioned, in this world of deepfakes, journalists are also caught in this trap. They share something they see online, a video, and later they have to apologize. Now the good thing about professional journalists and people in this media is that they are associated with credible companies, so they apologize. But citizen journalists are not trained, they are not professional. They fill your social media with different kinds of audios, videos, podcasts, TED Talks, and vlogs, not blogs, but vlogs, video logs. How do you trust them? How do you believe in them? Where is the responsibility of a media person here? The responsibility of the media person is to verify before sharing the content, and if they find that cannot be verified, no known trustworthy source can be found, to question the content. You are working again for the marginalized and invisible. You have to remember that they will believe everything. Like in the morning session, somebody read out that we get news, that they have a device at home in the village, and from that device everybody gets news. But what happens if that device, the news they believe in, because they think anything that coming online is correct? Now you have seen reels. How many of you have seen reels on different social media? Insta, Facebook, right. How many of you like watching the reels? Don't be shy, even I like watching the reels.
And it has been observed, as per according to a research, it is found that reels are the most popular format
Absolutely.
globally.
And people don't just make reels, Joydeep, for making money.
Right.
It is just the more quirky, the more degraded reels, the more wasteful they are, the more people seem to enjoy watching them. Okay? It can be somebody singing absolutely off tune.
And accordingly, the narratives of news are also being changed. That if you cannot say your word or say your information in next 20 to 21 seconds, you cannot say the whole story.
No.
So accordingly, the news organizations are also turning to this kind of, are also experimenting on basically this kind of formats. So at the same time, when we are having certain kind of habit, it is very, very important for us to keep in mind certain regulations. So what kind of reels we are observing, we are following, since whenever we have our internet presence, means we are leaving our carbon footprints, digital footprints. Absolutely. And as per according to algorithm, we come across similar content. So if you share or if you check any kind of this kind of content, it is also crucial. At the same time, we have to keep in mind that this type of contents are going to keep on coming to us. So with this we can conclude. And if
we just need to talk about verification. That is what they're going to talk about. Another 5 minutes we'll take.
Okay.
So we were talking about all the reels and how people are making money or just for popularity and becoming viral. You have to say. Now what happens is many people trust the health reels, whatever. Now again, as journalists, when we share, this is how we do a credibility check. What are the 5? There are many frameworks for doing the check. But before you trust anything, not even just as a journalist, but as a normal person, do I forward it? There are so many messages before Ratan Tata died that he's dead. Every day a new message would come that he's also already expired. And people were forwarding that.
In fact, we have recently seen Amrutya Sen. ওনাকে মানে মেরে দেওয়া হলো kind of. In fact, PTI ran the story. Sorry to say.
So this is where,
followed by Times of India and other mainstream media organizations are carried that story.
So verification is so important.
Verification is crucial. Verification, since when we are in media, it is our responsibility to ensure that these contents are right kind of content. So what you can do is cross-check and verify from the people directly if possible. Otherwise, there are certain methods which you can elaborate.
There are lots of tools available. I'm sure you'll be using some for either it is content, or if it is video-based, audio-based, or if it is a document. If in fact news is just like, as you said, PTI was duped and others already shared before they could apologize. Now what happens is there are news bias checks, where like Newsground and others. I'll not go into them deeply. We cover all of these in our Cyber Peace initiative. So these are the fact-checking tools that you should be aware of and use to continually verify.
কতজন তোমরা ইউজ করো Google Lens? How many of you use? Okay.
Reverse image search, have you done? A reverse image search. Suppose you see an image, you've done it, great. What did you do? For what, can you tell us? One example?
Hello. Good afternoon, ma'am. Many days ago, a recent news got viral that a dolphin ate a girl who was with the dolphin 10 years something. So I searched that in the Google. Then I found that it's most of the images are like AI generated. Thank you.
Unless you do that, you will tend to believe it. That is what happens.
Yes, actually.
We tend to believe the news and then share with others. Or how does misinformation spring up? There are three types of fake news. Misinformation, when you
Okay, ma'am. Thank you.
when you inadvertently say something wrong. When disinformation is when you deliberately create fake news, defamatory news, and share. And malinformation is the worst of all, where defect comes in. When you have partial truth and you use that to create a whole new narrative. Now, for example, if I had in mind, yeah, somewhere I had seen something about dolphin and human can coexist and stay together for long. And then I come across a video about a girl and a dolphin being together, that news will become cemented in my mind as truth. And that is where the psychology of misinformation occurs. We have biases, stereotypes, which play a big role.
Already we human have around more than 200 biases. We all have certain kind of likes and dislikes. And this triggered basically any kind of information that comes to us. What we do is we tend to circulate those kind of information out of fun, out of any kind of ideological issues, but we keep on sharing. And this way we are also becoming day by day vehicle of or carrier of misinformation and disinformation. This is very crucial.
I think we should leave them now.
Yes, yes.
We
If
leave
you
with
have
the message.
Yeah.
Verify, always verify, never trust anything that is online. Okay?
First and foremost thing is to verify the source, cross-check the source. For identifying any kind of information, whether this information is right or wrong, what you can do is try to locate the source. Since we all know the authenticity of any news depends upon the credibility or authenticity of the source. So it is very crucial for us who are in this journey of journalism and mass communication. So we have to cross-check and verify time and again.
There are so many digital, we are all professionals versus the citizen journalists, people who take their mobile and do a live shooting and share. And they can write any content, write anything that happens, and people who see those mobile videos tend to believe them. So it is very important that we learn to verify and we help others see that without verification, nothing can be believed in.
There are various examples, in fact. I have seen during COVID, there is an example. If you can search, you will find out this story. There is a news report that more than 7,000 people have been killed in Iran because just for during COVID. That's why WHO later declared it as a basically epidemic, pandemic basically, right? So what happened is in a small village in Iran, there was a rumor that consumption of alcohol can keep you away from coronavirus. So dedicatedly people there religiously they had consumed alcohol for next 3 days, and people died not because of COVID. More than 7,000 people have been died because of consumption of alcohol, excessive alcohol. So these are some of the crucial examples. In fact, in India, there is a video of child kidnapping video, which goes viral time and again. In India, if there are certain cases, this video was basically an educational video to show how childs are being lifted so easily from the streets of Karachi. It was done by an NGO called Roshni, but that video, that half video has been, still it is on circulation in some place or other. And we have reported cases of more than 70 people have been killed because of that video, suspected mob lynching incidents. So we have to be very sensitive while dealing with this kind of information. Since you all are future journalists, we are journalists, so it is our responsibility to take the right kind of information to our readers, audience this way. For this, you have to verify, cross-verify information time and again.
And before we leave, you'll remember India's national anthem has been selected to be the best national anthem in the world. How many times have you received this WhatsApp message? And there are people who still believe and still share. So I leave you with the cyber safety mantra: stop, think, and then share. Thank you everybody for being so patient
Thank
and
you.
participant.
If you have any question, then you can ask. Any question, anybody? Okay, thank you so much.
Hello, check. Thank you so much, ma'am and sir. It was really enriching session. Thank you, Cyberspace, for the partnership, for making the 4th National Media Conclave a really success. Well, with that, we'll move to the second part, the second session of the day, of the second day of the 4th National Media Conclave. Today's second session keynote speaker, we have got with us Mr. Joyanta Ghoshal. He has worked for the Bengali newspapers like Anandabazar Potrika, Bortoman, ABP News, India TV, and is now a consultant editor of the NDTV. Most of his life has been spent in newsrooms. A journalist, a writer, teacher, and a speaker, he's a student of history, politics, and culture of West Bengal in Eastern India. So I would request you to come up on the stage and share your keynote speech. Can I receive a round of applause, please? Thank you.
Hello. Good afternoon. First, at the outset, I should say I am grateful, I am thankful to SNU and you all, the August audience. And I think কতটা সময় বলবো রে না না উই আর জার্নালিস্ট প্রথমেই জিজ্ঞাসা করতে হয় যে ওয়ার্ডসটা কত 500 ওয়ার্ডস না 5000 ওয়ার্ডস I think our discussion, we have started yesterday, we are on today, we will continue tomorrow. Lot of classifications, I heard lot of very good presentations of different scholars. Basically, I think our subject is, the theme is, we, the media, whether we are connecting to the margins, I mean the marginal people, marginal India, because we are restricting our idea and analysis in our own country, not globally. But we can give some global tendency, global anecdotes, but basically our theme is that in our own country, we the media, whether we are connecting the marginal people or not. The subject is that who are marginal. Because today our subject, specifically, it has been mentioned, very difficult words. সেটা যদি বলি অনেকে হয়তো উঠেই চলে যাবে. The subject is the popular society, our popular approach, this popular world, the straight jacketing of that popular world, whether it is creating the impact in the indigenous indigenous society or not. So first of all, we should know that what is straight jacketing. Very difficult word. Basically, খুব সহজ করে প্রথমেই আমি বাংলায় বলে দিতে চাই যাতে জিনিসটা বুঝতে কোনো অসুবিধে সকলের না হয়। সেটা হচ্ছে যে ফার্স্ট অফ অল দ্য মার্জিনাল, দ্যাট ডাজন্ট মিন দ্যাট অলওয়েজ ইট ইজ ইকোনমিক্যালি হ্যাভ নটস, যে পভার্টি লাইনের নিচে যারা আছে তারাই শুধু মার্জিনাল। বিকজ yesterday also, as Arindam sir said, that there are two types of untouchables in our society. The one section we dare to touch, and the other society we don't want to touch. তার মানে the elite people, the powerful people also can be marginal, because in this popular society the theory of marginal man যখন হয়েছিল এই থিওরাইজ করা, তখন কিন্তু ইকোনমিক্যালি থিওরিস্টরা দেখেনি। দে স্টাডিড ইট অ্যাজ এ ইউনিক ফেনামেনন, যে এটা এই জন্যে মার্জিনাল। তার মানে আমি এই জন্যে মার্জিন, আমি এই জন্যে যে মেন স্ট্রিম যেটা বলছি তাতে হটকে। ইউজুয়ালি উই থিঙ্ক দ্যাট মার্জিনাল মানে হচ্ছে যেমন প্রান্তিক চাষি ইজ এ মার্জিনাল ফার্মার। মাইনরিটি মার্জিনাল না, আমরা বলতে পারবো না যে সে যদি মাইনরিটি হয়, মুসলিম, বৌদ্ধ, খ্রিস্টান, আর দে মার্জিনালস। ক্লাসিফিকেশনটা তাহলে কিভাবে করব মার্জিনকে? স্ট্রেট জ্যাকেটিংয়ে পরে আসছি, আগে তো বুঝতে হবে হু ইজ মার্জিনাল। শুধু কতগুলো শক্ত শক্ত ওয়ার্ড দিলে হবে না, আই হ্যাভ টু কমিউনিকেট। আমি নিজেই তো এটা স্টাডি করতে গিয়ে খুব হিমশিম খাচ্ছি, কেননা ইটস এ হিউজ কনফিউশন অন স্ট্রেট জ্যাকেটিং। স্ট্রেট জ্যাকেটিং মানে হচ্ছে স্টিরিওটাইপ অ্যাপ্রোচ to the marginal world. Marginal একটা হিউম্যান বিং, সে কানেক্টেড নয় টু দ্য মেন স্ট্রিম সোশ্যাল ট্রেন্ড। প্রথমে যদি ইকোনমিক্যালি, দ্যাট ডাজন্ট মিন দ্যাট দ্য marginal is not connected with economics. So marginal man is economically jodi have not hoy, the alienated economic strata, the proletariats, they are marginals, true, but it is necessary but not sufficient condition. আমি কিন্তু অনেক টাকা আছে আমার, কিন্তু কালচারালি আমি আই এম মার্জিনাল। আমি একটা ছেলে বা একটা মেয়ে যদি স্ট্যামার করে, তাহলে সে কি মার্জিনাল হয়ে যেতে পারে? কালচারালি মার্জিনাল হতে পারে, একটা কালচার মার্জিনাল কালচার হতে পারে। উই ইউজ টু সে রেড ইন্ডিয়ান। রেড ইন্ডিয়ান, দিস ওয়ার্ড হ্যাজ বিকাম এ ভেরি গ্লোবালি, ইট ইজ এ টাবু. If you say that red Indians, Americans will be hostile, because there are a lot of যেটা বলছিলেন ফেক নিউজ, ফেক ইনফরমেশন, সে তো কলম্বাস থেকে শুরু হয়েছিল। When Columbus invented, they thought that এটা একটা ইন্ডিয়া আবিষ্কার হচ্ছে, And red কেন? তাদের নাকি skin was red. That was not factually correct. So the people were annoyed that red Indians are not red, that their skin is also normal skin, and why you are saying red Indians and why Indian? So the red Indian, this word has become marginal. It's margin and then obsolete. Lot of languages slowly is now completely wither away. নেই, এরকমও আমি দেখছিলাম এমন ভাষা আছে যে একটা লোক কথা বলে, one person speaks one language. সেই লোকটা মরে গেলে ভাষাটা শেষ হয়ে যাবে. You can get this information in Google, uncle can give you. So, margin, এবারে আমি as a media person, আমি যখন কালচারালি ভাববো, তখন এই কালচারাল অসমোসিস হওয়া দরকার. Like movie. I was listening a very nice presentation on the Bollywood mainstream movies and the marginal movies, whether we should classify or not. That is also another question. I asked him that this earlier it was art film and commercial film. Later that classification is also now it's outdated. We think that the classification should be goods film, bad film. There is neither mainstream movie and marginal movie. You cannot say marginal movie for margins. You cannot classify. But for academics, academically আমরা classify করি. যেরকম Mughal period, British period, এগুলো তো actually we classify for our historical academic necessity থেকে. আমি আর্মির রোল mainstream media প্রশংসা করি. We praise our role of Indian army. সেই আর্মি যখন হিউম্যান রাইট ভায়োলেশন করে, that time whether we will cover it or not. If we cover, then a lot of people can say that you are violating your nationalist, patriotic approach, and it is not the mainstream approach. And if you support the violation, if you condemn the violation of the human right, then you will go for the margins. I think this sort of distorted approach also should be avoided. So it is whether the morality, because United Nations, they are also covering the violation of human right. Now, I just want to focus on this issue that straitjacketing. We should avoid the straitjacketing, that means stereotype mindset. একটা কমেডিয়ান দরকার একটা ফিল্মে. কমেডিয়ানকে তোতলা করে দিলাম, সে স্ট্যামার করলে তাহলে সে কমেডিয়ান হবে, তাহলে অল তোতলাস আর কমেডিয়ানস. This sweeping generalization is actually straitjacketing approach. Straitjacket, this word has come from medical science. For the patients, they are not ready to accept any medical treatment. If you want to give an injection, that patient will be irritated and the patient will react. They can use the force. So, straitjacket is a typical jacket. That jacket can stop that patient. He cannot or she cannot move. So that straitjacket is the origin of the word is straitjacket. It has come from this medical science, psychology. Basically, একটা না থেকে negative approach, একটা to stop the person to be free person. So some don'ts actually has related to the concept of straitjacket. But here, what is the no in journalism, in media, what is the no to cover the margins in our popular culture? What is that? Very quickly, I will not take much time. Like, I think তোমরা নিশ্চয়ই দেখেছো সত্যজিৎ রায়ের আগন্তুক, that movie. The last shot, যে সাঁওতালিরা, they are dancing. Mamata Shankar is the actress, she is also dancing, and everybody participating. This tribal dance is marginal people's dance. That is a popular perception. And we, the middle class, the maximum population, it is coming from the middle class segment. I don't know the exact figure, maybe 30 crore or something like that, more than that, 40 hote pare. So it's an elephant in this room, is middle class. So middle class, most of the journos also coming from middle class. আমরা তো সবাই মধ্যবিত্ত। এইবার আমরা মধ্যবিত্ত হয়ে we are reporting, we are studying, whether it is a film studies or whether it is print, whether it is electronic, I mean, be that as it may, actually আমি যখন কভার করছি তখন আমি ভাবছি যে আমি কিন্তু I am not alienated from the tribal popular culture, আমি পপুলার কালচারটা নিচ্ছি, there is a term যে আমি চুরি করছি, it's a theft. Actually the tribal, they don't think it's a tribal culture, very অনেকটা চাইনিজ খাবারের মতো। এখানে আমরা যে চাইনিজ খাবারটা খাই, চীনে গেলে চীনেরা ওটা খেতে পারে না। তো অ্যাকচুয়ালি when we are taking some cultural inputs, ingredients in our culture, always we take as we satisfy. আমরা নিজেদের যেটাতে আমাদের পছন্দ হয় সেইভাবে আমরা এটাকে অ্যাডাপ্ট করে নিই। এই অ্যাডাপ্টেবিলিটিটা when we are doing it with the tribal or any form of margins, what we classify as a margin, সেটা সবসময় কিন্তু ওই স্ট্রেট জ্যাকেটে হয়ে যায় যে এটা এরকম, এটা এরকম। অরণ্যের দিনরাত্রিতে সিমি আগরওয়াল, শি ইজ ফ্রম দ্য মার্জিন ট্রাইবাল, সমিত বঞ্জ মিডল ক্লাস, এটা একটা কনফ্লিক্ট। সত্যজিৎ রায় ওয়ান্টেড টু শো দিস মিডল ক্লাসকে এক্সপোজ করতে চেয়েছিল যে অ্যাকচুয়ালি তুমি কিন্তু তোমার কিন্তু ওই অসমোসিস যেটা বলছিলাম, কালচারাল অসমোসিস হচ্ছে না, তুমি তোমার ইউ আর এলিনেটেড স্টিল। যখন সবটা অরণ্যের দিন রাত্রি শেষ হয়ে গেল, দে লেফট দ্য ফরেস্ট, আবার দে কেম ব্যাক টু দেয়ার ওন ডে টু ডে লাইফ। সো মিডল ক্লাস উইল রিমেন ইন মিডল ক্লাস, ট্রাইবাল আর ওই ওদের যে জগৎ সেটা রয়ে গেল। আমরা একটুখানি ওখানে গেলাম, শান্তিনিকেতন থেকে একটু দূরে গিয়ে একটা সাঁওতাল গ্রামে গিয়ে ওই হাঁড়িয়া আর এই সমস্ত খেয়ে ভাবলাম আমি ডিক্লাসড হয়ে গেছি। তারপরে আবার সব আরবান এলিটিজম, মিডল ক্লাস, ভ্যালুজ, এভরিথিং। সো দিস watertight compartmentalization of media's elitist approach, যেটা কালকে yesterday কেজি সুরেশ এক্সপ্লেন, যে পাওয়ার, কর্পোরেট হাউসেস, দে আর কন্ট্রোলিং দ্য মিডিয়া হাউসেস। একটা খবরের কাগজ বার করতে যদি 30 টাকা খরচা হয় আর কাগজের কনজিউমার 5 টাকা দেয়, বাকি 25 টাকাটা কে দেয়? সেই ইন্ডাস্ট্রি দেয়। তাহলে সে তার ইন্টারেস্টে কাগজটা বের করবে, তাহলে আমি পৌঁছবো কি করে ওই যাদের কথা আমি ভাবছি যে আই এম কানেক্টিং উইথ দ্য মার্জিনস, সেই মার্জিনস তো রেভিনিউ দেয় না। তাহলে এবার মার্জিনস ইজ নট গিভিং মি দ্য রেভিনিউ, আমি মার্জিনসের কাছ থেকে তার কিছু কালচারাল ইনগ্রেডিয়েন্টস আই এম টেকিং ইট ইন মাই মিডিয়া বিজনেস অ্যান্ড আই এম গিভিং সাম ইউএসপি, কিছুটা একটা ভ্যালু অ্যাড করছি, এটা তার ব্র্যান্ডিং হয়ে যাচ্ছে। তাহলে আমি এখন যদি শাহরুখ খানকে দিয়ে SRK is going into a remote village এবং সেখানে গিয়ে he is actively participating with the villagers এই সমস্ত করছে হোলি খেলছে সিনেমায় দেখায় তো হিরোরা সমস্ত ভিলেজার্সদের সাথে হোলি হ্যাঁ করলো তাহলে আমাদের কি হয়ে গেল তাহলে আমরা কি মিডিয়া কানেক্টেড হয়ে গেল উইথ মার্জিনস তাহলে দুটো মার্জিন একটা এলিট মার্জিন আর একটা ডাউন ট্রডেন মার্জিন দুটো মার্জিনের জগৎ আলাদাই থেকে যাচ্ছে আর আমরা মোড অফ প্রোডাকশানে একটা নাট বল্টু হ্যাঁ আমরা আমাদের মতো করে চেষ্টা করছি যে কি করে কানেক্ট করব দুটো ওয়ার্ল্ডকে ভেরি ডিফিকাল্ট হোল থিম অফ কনভারসেশন ইজ নাও হোয়াট ইজ দ্য সলিউশন প্রবলেম তো সবাই আমরা বলে দিতে পারি আমি নিজেও যে সলিউশন জানি তা নয় বাট ফর দ্যাট সার্চ অফ সলিউশন দিস সর্ট অফ symposium is needed. We are trying to find it out and dialogue is the only process. That dialogic approach can lead you to that solution and ajki hoye jabe kalki hoye jabe ta noy it's a process. What we can do that yesterday Snehashi shoot said that story ta jokhon korbe tokhon bhabbe je etate manush ache whether the people are there or not to whom I am addressing. If it is an industry house, they are giving me the revenue, they are giving me my salary. My CTC is controlled by one house and how I can address to the margins, তখন ভাবতে হবে যে somewhere we are in the welfare state. So welfareism is also another aspect যেটাও আমাদেরকে শর্ট টার্ম যদি স্যালারি হয় একটা লং টার্ম অ্যাপ্রোচ টু হিউম্যান ম্যানকাইন্ড থেকে যায় মানে এটাকে আমি একদম বলছি না যে আমরা সবাই একদম সাধু হয়ে গিয়ে একদম হাতে খোল নিয়ে বেরিয়ে পড়ব কিন্তু একটা ফিল্যান্থ্রপিজম বিকজ ক্যাপিটালিজম ইজ অলসো ইন ক্রাইসিস দে আর অলসো সেইং ফিল্যান্থ্রপিক ক্যাপিটালিজম পজিটিভ ক্যাপিটালিজম ক্রিয়েটিভ ক্যাপিটালিজম সো মরবিড ক্যাপিটালিজমকে বাঁচার জন্যেও কিন্তু ফিল্যান্থ্রপিজমে যেতে হচ্ছে বিল গেটসদের জন্ম হচ্ছে সো একদম লাস্টে আমি যেটা বলতে চাইছি আমরা স্টিরিওটাইপ যে অ্যাপ্রোচটা যে এটা করলে এটা হবে সো আমরা অনেক এলিট মিডিয়া আমাদের একটা কোটা থাকবে আমরা প্রতিবন্ধীদের প্রাইজ দিই স্টেজে তুলে গিয়ে চারটে প্রতিবন্ধীকে নিয়ে আমরা বিভিন্ন উইকার সেকশনকে অ্যাড্রেস করে তার জন্যে পান পরাগের অ্যাড পাব আমাদের একটু ভাবতে হবে যে এটা এই যে কর্পোরেট সিস্টেমে যে ওয়েলফেয়ারিজমটা হয় সেটার একটা কোটা থাকে কিন্তু আমাদের এখান থেকে উই শুড স্টার্ট সাম সর্ট অফ হসপিটালিটি টু দ্য মার্জিন এবং এই যে ওয়ার্ল্ডটাকে আমরা অনেক চেষ্টা হয়েছে তো যে রেভলিউশন করে সব মার্জিনদের হাতে ডিক্টেটরশিপ দিয়ে দেওয়া হয়েছিল তো তাতেও কিন্তু দেখা গেছে যে মার্জিন যখন পাওয়ার পায় সে তখন আর হ্যাভ নট মার্জিন থাকে না সে এলিট মার্জিন হয়ে যাচ্ছে একটা বাউল এখানে হয়তো ভিক্ষে করে গান গাইতো সে তারপরে আমেরিকায় গিয়ে এমন বাউল গান করলো যে সে একটা প্রচণ্ড রিচ বাউল হয়ে গিয়ে বাকি সব গরিব বাউলগুলোকে ভুলে গেল আর মিডিয়া তখন শুধু রিচ বাউলের ইন্টারভিউ দিতে লাগলো সুতরাং দিস ইজ এ ভেরি কমপ্লিকেটেড সোশ্যাল সিস্টেম আমাদের যেটা করতে হবে সেটা হচ্ছে চ্যারিটি বিগিনস অ্যাট হোম 1 ইজ গ্রেটার দ্যান 0 আমার হাতে ভুবনের ভার নাও থাকতে পারে কিন্তু আমি যদি দৈনন্দিন আমার সাংবাদিকতায় ডে টু ডে জার্নালিজমে আমি যদি একটু চোখ কান খুলে ভাবি যে কনফ্লিক্ট নয় একটা কোথাও একটা কোঅর্ডিনেটেড অ্যাপ্রোচ হয়ে আমি যদি অ্যাড্রেস করি সোসাইটিকে তাহলে হয়তো এই প্রশ্নের উত্তরগুলো আমরা নিজেরাই খুঁজে বার করব তখন তোমরাই আমাদেরকে মানে আমাকে আমাদের মতো সবাইকে সেই উত্তরগুলো তোমরাই প্রোভাইড করতে পারবে সুতরাং এইটুকু বলে শেষ করব তারপরে আমাদের ম্যাডাম আছেন এবং চেয়ার করবেন ডিসকাশন শুনবো থ্যাংক ইউ ভেরি মাচ
Thank you so much, sir. We have another distinguished speaker with us today, Professor Dr. Durgesh Tripathi, sir. He is a distinguished academician in India, recognized for his significant contributions to the field of digital media, youth, and online education. He holds the rare honor of having presented his insight at the esteemed House of Commons in the British Parliament, where he shared the stage with the editor of the prestigious New York Times. His commitment to the democratization of higher education is evident in his advocacy for open educational resources and massive online courses. Dr. Tripathi finally believes in harnessing digital mediums to ensure that education reaches every individual eager to learn, upskill, reskill, and explore lifelong learning opportunities. We welcome him on stage, sir. Please, can we have a round of applause, please? It's all yours.
Thank you. Good afternoon. I would like to ask from the students and scholars from SNU. Have you gone through the previous presentation? May I ask to each of you? No? I do believe that, and I can see that there may be a mobile where you are searching for your dream job or a dream destination. That is why the topic is very relevant, very contemporary, to know each and everything for you. May I request to ask one question with you all, and after that I can be able to present my insights in front of you. Have you bought any newspaper earlier? मैं लास्ट लाइन से पूछना चाहता हूँ सब बच्चों से, आपने न्यूज़पेपर कब खरीदा है? कभी खरीदा न्यूज़पेपर कि नहीं? किसने खरीदा बताओ? Okay, may I request to know about what is the price of newspaper, English, Hindi, daily newspaper? Sorry? 5 to 6 rupees or maximum 10 rupees. Do you know the cost of production, cost of a newspaper, a daily newspaper of 10 to 12 pages? Approx 100 rupees of black and white or a color pages. Okay? Then if you are paying 5 to 10 rupees of the production or a cost of a newspaper of rupees 100, what it mean? You are compelled to receive only 10 to 20% of authentic, informative news in your newspaper or any news resource. That's why the topic is very relevant for you, to all of you, to know each and everything related with the newspaper, the news magazine, or a news agency, or a television news channels. That is why your prestigious institution has decided to discuss on the very contemporary topic to sensitize you related with the same. I feel great honor to be the part of this fourth media conclave, which is organized by SNU. I am feeling thankful to Professor Minal Parekh ji, the management of this SNU, Arindam, and all the team members of this very prestigious National Media Conclave. As we know that every idea, every point has two sides, and as we know that every coin has the two sides to understand about. I would like to focus, I would like to discuss about some of the important points related with the topic of the National Media Conclave, representing the unseen India at the margins and media. Talking of India's diversity and exclusion, many groups remain on the margins like Dalits, Adivasis, migrants, persons with disabilities or are differently abled, minorities, women, LGBTQ, or we may say that the third gender, communities, and those in remote areas or in rural areas. And people can be politically marginalized, as already stated by our previous speaker, and can be living with disability or coming from marginalized communities. It is the responsibility of the media, mainstream media, to keep them connected with the mainstream. But if we are paying only 5 to 10 rupees of a production cost of a newspaper of 100 rupees, we may be able to compel to receive only 10 to 20% of the news and other than editorial. The stories of such marginalized groups are often invisible or shown only in times of tragedy, protest, or crime, reduced to stereotypes. This is where the media comes into the scene. It is the media responsibility. It's our responsibility also as a teacher, as a scholar, as a faculty member to shape how nation see itself and to understand about our responsibility and accountability towards the margins or unprivileged. Representation not only means visibility, but also enabling the marginalized groups to speak for themselves. For example, during the COVID-19, we have already faced a situation like there is no connection, there is no connect with the teachers, with the people, with the society. But during the lockdown, the images of India's labor workers gained visibility who were invisible before. But the credit goes to the media that covered the labor workers, which in turn forced to the government and the policy makers to announce relief packages for all. It's the most important role has been played by our media. Similarly, another example is of the Tokyo 2020 Paralympics. You know, the Paralympics related with a disabled or a person with disability who can participate their sports facility or sports activities, where several athletes like Avani Lakhera, I do believe that you remember the name Avani Lakhera, and Sumit Antil got visibility through social media campaigns, hashtag praise for para, who were lesser known before that. But after coverage of the media, everyone knew about the basic responsibility, accountability, and their contribution and engagement during the Paralympics of Tokyo Paralympics in 2020. There are also digital opportunities wherein storytellers utilize technology to democratize their views. However, the digital divide is a significant issue that excludes many due to connectivity, affordability, or literacy gap or a digital divide. Another issue to algorithm bias, which can further silence voices. That's why we feel as a faculty, and I would like to request you all to please come forward to bridge upon the digital divide and to cover and to focus on the unprivileged and the marginalized. Still, the marginalized groups are using digital tools more than ever to raise their voices. Through platforms like YouTube, Instagram, podcasts, videos, or other forms of content, can be created and shared with the audience to get connected with them. We have already experienced and we have already received many examples. We can see the many examples of the same related with my present quote in front of you. And there is another benefit of new media, that unlike traditional media, there is no high cost involved to transmit and to broadcast, to content, and to establish and to promote and to show off and to showcase their content with the use of digital media or a new media. New media allows multi-dimensional stories where class, caste, gender, geographical intersect cannot be restricted. That's why in the previous day or in an inaugural day, I have already requested to all of you, please come and join the digital inclusion, digital media inclusion in our society, in our mainstream media. When we talk about diversity within media, the newsrooms are dominated by the privileged ones. I have already shared yesterday my engagement related with the opinion forming kind of a research, and Khabar Lahariya, it's a prominent newspaper which is run by the rural women, and they established a cooperative and trust kind of a organization, and they are publishing a Khabar Lahariya. It's a newspaper and the news portal also. Again, multiple issues affecting lower caste, women and tribal populations are covered without studying deeply the structural issues that are the root cause of such problems related with the newsrooms. There is a news selection bias prevailing in the media which results in the underreporting of problems faced by marginalized groups. For instance, while covering Dalit issues or Adivasis issues or a remote area issues, importance may be given to caste violence but not to systematic discrimination or their cultural achievement. That is why I would like to request to all of you, especially Gen Z and Generation Alpha, please come forward to focus and to cover these issues and to cover up with your own idea and with your engagement also. Another issue is related with the gatekeeping of voices, wherein the journalists often talk about the marginalized but do not provide them a platform. That is why the alternative media or a digital media is the need of the hour. Talking of all the sections, we cannot forget academia. And we feel fortunate to say that we belong to academia. It's our foremost responsibility and accountability to adhere and to cover and to focus on the same issue, where media is one of the most talked about disciplines. However, in academia, ethical storytelling with empathy should become mandatory teaching in journalism education. It's my suggestion and humble request to all of you, with the students, with the management, and with the academia also. And the young journalists should be taught to stand with the marginalized communities by keeping their biases aside, if any. There have been studies exploring different cultures and regions of India, throwing light on the cultural diversity of the country. When people think of India, many of them think only about Hinduism or only about Bollywood. But the nation is not only confined to that. It is quite unique in a way that its culture has evolved over a period of thousands of years. These studies are important as they not only educate others about India, but also depict an accurate representation of the country. After that, we can say that we live in inclusive, equitable society. Equitable is inclusive nation. Cinema is another media platform through which the voices of the marginalized gets raised. it is true that Bollywood is the most popular, but Kollywood, Tollywood, Mollywood have all contributed significantly in representing the marginalized sections of the society. Talking of cinema, studies show that India's representation in the film industries in dynamic. Films serve as a powerful medium when it comes to becoming the voice of the marginalized groups, highlighting their struggles and or challenging stereotypes. It addresses multiple social issues prevailing in the society and gives voice to the marginalized groups of the society through their representation. Hence, we can say that the regional diversity and class are very important in every field of media. But in newsroom, cinema, newspapers, advertisements, or new media, but the media narratives are shared in a favor of metropolitan. And I do believe that you may be able to recall the yesterday's or inaugural session of Professor K.G. Suresh sir. दिल्ली की बारिश पूरे देश की हेडलाइन होती है बारिश का, ये आपने सुना था yesterday. And he has already explored many things related with the metropolitization of the news media or a news organization in our country. If there are more journalists included from different regions and backgrounds, then it will be easier to bring stories of marginalized groups in the mainstream. For instance, there is not much importance given or coverage for northeast region of India, or it's stereotyped as the journalists do not belong to that region and are hence unaware of the cultural and political realities. However, as the journalists from the northeast are getting included, the narratives about identity or conflicts in that part are beginning to get reshaped. Because we live in inclusive society, if we will be able to include each and everyone, after that we can say that we live in inclusive society, equitable society. We believe in equality. Also the inclusion of LGBTQ journalists in the newsroom has and will continue to contribute to more sensitive issues related with the gender, as well as informed coverage of issues related to them. All in all, switching from sensationalization to worthy discussions or hardcore issues like rights, poverty, healthcare, etc. is needed in our newspaper, in our news magazine, or in news channels. People from the marginalized sections of the society should be included in the media, which will help towards greater social acceptance and authentic portrayal of these sections in front of the audience, thereby focusing in the actual issues concerning them. So, in the last line, I would like to conclude, and I feel fortunate to say that if the students or a youth like you will focus, will include such kind of important issues of our country, of our society, I feel fortunate to say that in near future, in the future, you can be able to showcase, you can be able to adhere and focus on the issues related with the marginalized and unprivileged of our society. Because there is no compulsion, there is no compensation related with the mainstream media, or to adopt and to acknowledge and to admire the mainstream media. You can be able to showcase your ability, your understanding, your inclusiveness with the use of alternative media as a kind of a digital media. And I do believe that you can be able to do it, because as a teacher, as a mentor, like Professor Minal, Professor Arindam sir, you can be able to do it. That's why you have already cited my little some contribution and engagement related with the digital education. Again, I would like to conclude with 2 or 3 lines related with my engagement of digital education and online education. As you know that in United Nations Sustainable Development Goal number 4 is related with the quality education. How can we say that as a teacher we are providing the quality education to all? As stated by the United Nations, as a teacher, as a HEIs, if we are providing the quality education without any discrimination related with the caste, creed, region and religion, after that we can be able to say that we are providing the quality education to all. As we know that our country has very distinct kind of geoclimatic and socio-economic conditions in our society. Very diversified society, I can say that. But if you would like to provide your quality education, if you would like to provide your experience, understanding, knowledge, observations with the education for any kind of education, for any stream of our syllabi or a pedagogy, the only way to connect to each and every strata of our society is a digital media or an online media. After that, we can say that we are providing the quality education to all the strata of our society. There is no restriction with the socio-economic conditions as well. No fee to provide and to get the quality education from a prestigious institutions. As a teacher, we can be able to connect and engage with each and every student and scholar of our society. No restriction, no discrimination. Thank you.
Thank you so much, sir. Now we start with our paper presentations of this session. To guide and moderate this session, we have our session chair, Dr. Payal Rai Chaudhuri Dutt. Dr. Chaudhuri Dutt holds a PhD in Human Rights and Peace Studies and a Bachelor of Arts in English Literature from Loreto College. She also has a LLB degree which allows her to focus on justice, human rights and transformative policy reform. Since 2013, she has served as the coordinator of the Department of Human Rights at Loreto College, where she also works as an assistant professor. In addition to her academic roles, Dr. Dutt is a visiting faculty member at several universities. She has also served as an external member to the Internal Complaints Committee under the POSH Act at the Kolkata Police Law Institute. Her research focuses on the arena of human rights, disability, inclusive education, gender, and social justice. She is a published author with work appearing in national dailies, peer-reviewed journals, and international publications. Her writings on disability, caste and gender, governance and development, and peace building are widely recognized. Can we please have a round of applause for her? I welcome her on stage. I also invite Dr. Arindam Basu, the convener of this conclave, to felicitate ma'am.
Before we begin this paper presentation, students, you have heard from two of the best uh, in the profession, and I hope the handful of you who are still here must have taken home some, words of wisdom. Please try and implement it in your academics and more importantly in your life. So with those words, I would like Ruksha to continue with the paper presentation.
The first paper of the session is titled Beyond the Binary, a Critical Study of LGBTQ plus Portrayals in Popular Bollywood Films by Tiyasha Das. I welcome you on stage, ma'am.
Hello everyone, good afternoon. My name is Tiyasha Das. I am a lecturer at Dr. Kanilal Bhattacharya College, Journalism and Mass Communication Department. Thank you for giving me the platform. The title of my paper is Beyond the Binary. Bollywood cinema portrays queer identities. The word queer is an umbrella term for diverse gender identities and sexual orientation like lesbian, gay, bisexual, and transgender. So what is this paper about? In simple terms, this study is about how Hindi cinema or Bollywood shows LGBTQ plus people on screen. We know that sex is a biological identity, male or female, but gender is a social identity. It's how we see ourselves and how we perform our roles in society. Historically in India, the queer community has been marginalized, partly due to Section 377, a law from the British era that criminalized sexual acts against the order of nature. Although 2011, Bollywood's representation of queer identities was largely based on harmful stereotypes. Transgender characters were often shown as villains, and gay men were used for comic relief. Reduced to caricatures or laughing stocks, lesbian representation was almost invisible. There were some important exceptions like the films Fire by Deepa Mehta and My Brother Nikhil by Onir, which challenged these norms and brought visibility to the community. However, there is a clear research gap. Most studies on this topic were conducted before the landmark judgment of Supreme Court 2018 that decriminalized Section 377. In recent years, affordable internet and the rise of streaming platforms like Netflix have created a new space for storytelling. The main objectives of my study are to critically examine how queer identities are represented in these selected films, to analyze how gender is performed and constructed using Judith Butler's theory of gender performativity, to explore how queer characters are positioned in society in films made after the decriminalization of Section 377, and finally, to understand how these films create alternative realities and identities using theories like Freudian psychoanalysis and surrealism. I have chosen qualitative content analysis to analyze 5 popular Hindi films released after 2010. From 2016, Reliance Jio offers low-cost internet access that led to the rise of OTT platforms and wider digital consumption of films. In 2018, Supreme Court decriminalized Section 377. These films were chosen to fulfill certain purposes, thus non-random purposive sampling method is followed. Selected films focus on queer characters and have an IMDb or Internet Movie Database rating of 5 or higher. The films chosen are Kapoor and Sons, Aligarh, एक लड़की को देखा तो ऐसा लगा, चंडीगढ़ करे आशिकी and बधाई दो. To analyze these films, I used 4 key theoretical lenses. The first one is Freud's psychoanalysis. This theory helps us understand the internal conflict of characters. In the film Badhai Do, Shardul and Suman's homosexual desires represent the ID. The screenshot from the movie I have attached to the PPT. The immense societal and family pressure to be in a heterosexual marriage is the superego. Their lavender marriage is the ego's compromise, a socially acceptable package that allows them to secretly pursue their desires. The film's hopeful ending, where their authentic queer family is accepted, shows the ego finding a new, healthier reality where the ID is fulfilled and the superego has evolved.
Yasha, you have 2 more minutes. 2 more minutes.
Okay. The second theory I have choose that Judith Butler's gender performativity that I applied on the Kapoor and Sons film to analyze Rahul's character. Then एक लड़की को देखा तो ऐसा लगा, where I analyze Sweetie's, the main character's father, Balbir ji's character, that he loves cooking. Here I attach the screenshot from Chandigarh Kare Aashiki film, that lead role played by Ayushmann Khurrana, and he is seen that he is a bodybuilder and a hegemonic male.
Questions from the audience. You can take it at the end.
Do we have any questions from the audience? Any questions? Anybody, any questions? I guess so, no. At least can we have a round of applause for her? Everybody, please. Oh, she has a question, ma'am.
When we are talking about LGBTQIA plus communities in representation in the Bollywood films, can we see that all the communities are being represented in Bollywood films or Indian movies? Like we can see lesbian, gay, or transgender persons, but there are other communities also. How they are being represented in Indian films?
Particularly, my study is focusing on gender, and the gender that we all know, that male and female. I narrowed down it to the queer community. Queer is an umbrella term that incorporate the opposite of straight. That is, it could be lesbian, gay, trans, anything like that, who are portrayed in Bollywood stereotypically. In the film Dostana, we have seen that two male character was not a gay, but they are shows as a gay with comic relief. So these films are before the decriminalization or the stereotyped Bollywoodization, we can say, or larger than life, we can say. Particularly, my research is focused on queer characters, not all the whole character portrayal or women character portrayal or male character portrayal. Okay, thank you.
Thank you so much, ma'am. We'll move on to the second presentation of the day by Deepanita Shorkar. Do you have any PPTs or something to present? You have mailed? Okay, thank you. You please come up on stage. You have mailed whom, ma'am? No, you have to mail, tell me. We'll ask the third speaker, which is to come up on stage. Anupam Paul, sorry, Anupam Paul to come on stage. So your time begins as soon as you...
Good afternoon, everyone. I am Anupam from Vishwabharat University. I am honored to present my study titled Folk Media as a Health Communication Tool, case study on West Bengal during COVID-19 pandemic. First of all, I will explain a brief introduction about the folk media, and then I will try to explain how folk media played an important role during COVID-19 pandemic as a health communication tool. Now, folk media is a traditional form of media used by the common people frequently within their cultural context, which can be described as of the people, by the people, for the people. It is the oldest form of media and one of the earliest tools for development in our society. This form of media combined with various art like song, dance, drama, which are unique to a certain community and society. Folk media being an infotainment tool, our rural people on various social needs, especially in health issue. Now, in recent decades, the most challenging issue to confront the humanity was the COVID-19 pandemic. Perhaps it was a situation which has not been faced by the world in the past 100 years. Millions of people had died due to this pandemic. Millions are falling into the extreme poverty due to losses of their job, public health, food system, and world of work has also been affected. Now, coming to the point objective, the objective of this study is to understand how folk media of West Bengal played an important role as a health communication tool during COVID-19 pandemic, especially in the rural area. In addition, the types of media, the types of message, and the area in which such activities were carried out have also been investigated. Now, the point methodology. It is a qualitative research approach, and this paper is based on the secondary data and case study research method have been used to address the objective of this study. Different news report and YouTube videos have been critically analyzed to understand and explain the role of folk media during COVID-19 pandemic, especially in the rural Bengal. Now, case study 1. The title, Folk Artists in the Time of Coronavirus. It is a project initiated by the IIT Kharagpur, collaborated with the folk artist of Naya village in West Next cases is in 2020, an initiative had taken by the Baul artists of Shantiniketan to spread COVID-19 awareness among rural community. The program has been led by the Gautam Hajra. Founded that the mainly folk song, dance and drama had been used to disseminate awareness information during pandemic, especially in the rural area where the people don't have the proper access of digital and broadcast media due to their so based on this finding, it can be concluded that in this digital era, folk media still plays a significant role as a health communication tool, especially in the rural area of West Bengal. Having considered the socio-economic studies based on the secondary data, and only case study has been employed as a data collection tool, and I have included only 6 cases due to word limitation, and then
Thank you, sir. Do we have any questions? Anybody? No. Thank you, sir.
thank you.
Thank you so much. We move on to the next presentation, Dipanita Sarkar. Yeah.
A very good afternoon to everyone. I am Dipanita Sarkar from the Department of Political Science at Sister Nivedita University. Today I will be presenting my research on caste symbols, political messaging, a media discourse analysis. So, caste is not just a historical concept, it continues to be a living force in our politics. It shapes social identity, influences voting patterns, and becomes a critical tool for mobilization. Political parties, both national and regional, actively employ caste imagery as symbols to connect with voters. Leaders like Ambedkar, Periyar, and Phule are not just remembered as historical icons but are constantly interpreted in election campaigns. Moving on to research focus. My study at how parties use caste-based imageries in their campaigns across posters and speeches and increasingly on social media. I would like to ask, are these symbols empowering marginalized groups by giving them recognition, or are they being manipulated for short-term electoral gains? Literature review. So to situate this, I it shows how Ambedkar has become a cultural shorthand for justice and equality. Now, research gap and questions. While there is a considerable work on caste and politics, comparative studies on media discourse remain limited. So, my research questions focuses on how do national and regional parties differ in the use of caste symbols? What role does digital and social media play? Do these symbols empower communities or do they end up polarizing society? So, coming on to methodology, I used qualitative discourse analysis with tools such as semiotics, frame analysis, and narrative analysis. My data included posters, speeches, and social media content from elections between 2019 and 2024. Now, findings. The BJP government often highlights Ambedkar and Sant Ravidas, linking them to its development slogan of Sabka Saath, Sabka Vikas. The Congress projects Ambedkar and Phule within a broader framework of constitutional justice and unity. Both national parties tend to place caste icons within inclusive and identity-centered messaging. The BSP foregrounds Ambedkar and Kasiram and its elephant symbols as markers of Dalit pride. The SP emphasizes Yadav the Jayanti, hashtag Jai Bhim and hashtag Karpuri Thakur. Circulate widely. Memes, reels and WhatsApp records create an emotional viral appeal. Importantly, citizens themselves remix and interpret caste national parties often use in broader rhetorical appeals. In the digital era, symbolism is adapting rapidly to new media logics, becoming symbols remain central to Indian politics. They are tools of empowerment. Reshaping political messaging. Thank you.
Thank you so much, ma'am. We'll move forward with the presentation. The very next presentation is of Jui Debnath and Shagnik Das of Sister Nivedita University. We'll take few times before downloading. Where did you mail your presentation?
We have mailed it.
Where? Which email ID? Thank you. Sorry for. Your time starts now.
Good afternoon to the respected panelists. Today, myself, Shagnik Dash, and my co-author, Jui Debnath, is going to present a paper on media influence on fair trial of India. So here the contents, introduction, types, articles related to media, impacts, positive, negative image, case laws, conclusion, a message to citizen of India. Introduction. In digital age of interaction of media and the judiciary has speaked instance debates, especially with the rise of media trials in India. Media trials efforts to a process where media outlined, investigate, interrupt, and present outgoing legal cases in a way that influence public opinion. Often before the court delivers a verdict, while the media serves as the fourth pillar of democracy, ensuring transparency and awareness. It often walks thin line between responsibility, journalism, and paper, right to fair trial, explores judicial intervention in India, compares international approaches, suggested reforms for responsible use of media and judicial matters. Internet or digital media out of home in 008. Related to those medias are Article 19, Clause 1, Clause 8, Article 19, Clause 2, Article
Thank you, Shagnik. I will continue from the impacts of media trials. Media trials can have both positive and negative impacts. Positive impacts, transparency and accountability. Media can hold the justice system. Reporting, the media may release premature or inaccurate information. We can see that effects in several high-profile cases. For example, in the Jessica democracy, but it must be balanced with the right to a free trial. A message to the citizens of India is a healthy democracy requires an impartial and independence to survive. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Before we move to the next presentation, can we have a patience audience, please? Can I ask you all to come forward? You all, please, can you come forward? Everybody sleeping. Oh my God, very nice. Please, can you come forward?
Any questions?
Anybody has any queries or any questions regarding the presentation? Anything to ask? Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
We'll move to the next presentation. Kothagoli De and Rishabh Shao from Sister Nivedita University. Please. Yeah.
Hello. Hello. Good afternoon to all and everyone present here. The dignitaries, our faculty members, and also session chair, our ma'am. So, today, my name is Kothagoli De, and my co-author, Rishabh Shah, we are going to present our paper on Oppressed and Unseen, Powerful Narratives on Dalits and the Poor in India through lenses. So basically, our part analyzes that how the Dalit representation in Indian cinema has undergone a change through the period of time, and also like how it is depicted now in the Indian cinema. Initially, we have seen that Dalits were projected just as poor and defenseless caste system victims, but with emergence of directors who are belonging from Dalit communities, and also with emergence of new style of filmmaking and projection of Dalit community, there has been a change in the style of depiction, and also apart, like instead shifting to literature review. So basically, initially, and discrimination which are based on caste, and they have depicted the oppression and the struggles that the poor endure and also confront with, and the terrible results or consequences of untouchability. Recent films or the later films, that is Jai Bhim and Article 15, they have graphically shown or like portrayed that how are the terrible realities of caste-based violence, structural injustice, and the police brutality against the underprivileged communities. Jai Bhim in particular is recognized, and also it is hailed for movement which we have come across in the late 1940s, that is the Indian parallel movie or cinema. It places more emphasis on social issues and realism through the movies rather than the mainstream Bollywood, the melodrama of the mainstream Bollywood. These movies provide a genuine look into the common issues like gender inequality and then caste, poverty, and oppressions, and the power over the less powerful people, and gender inequality by utilizing regional languages and amateur actors. Parallel films like Salam Bombay by Meera Nair are essential for providing an authentic and unromanticized view of poverty and other social realities, even if they have comparatively less audience than that of the mainstream movies which are commercialized with dance and melodrama.
The way poverty is portrayed in Hindi cinema has changed over time. Films from 1950s and 60s depicted poverty in the prism of moral divisions and rural life. By the 70s, however, poverty had evolved into a source of embarrassment and humiliation that was employed as a plot device to drive a character's behavior. One of the well-known example in the movie Diwar, in which the Neeraj gave another prime example of such filmmakers.
So there is not much time left, so we just like to say that we have taken some of the films like Swadesh of Shah Rukh Khan, which is a multifaceted view of poverty, and then Peoply Life, which is a satirical dark comedy.
Jai Bhim, which is a Tamil film and also focused on real life issues.
Investigative story, like it is hailed for a courageous portrayal of discrimination. And we have taken Salam Bombay also, which is based on realism as amateur actors, and the real story has been shown, an on-shot location has been done rather than incorporating a set.
Also, Salam Bombay is a dark, gritty, and without any glamorized versions through which Meera Nair shows the poverty of India mostly.
And then these are the findings. And then we will jump to conclusion. Depict in part Dalit characters which are shaped by Ambedkarite consciousness or principle, we can say. Mainstream works such as Article 15 and Swadesh still reflect the Savarna savior complex. Sorry.
Movies like Salam Bombay highlight systematic corruption, child exploitations, and poverty, with the slum symbolizing deep-rooted inequalities. Overall, Indian cinema is becoming more vocal about oppression, but risk reproducing marginalization unless it expands space for authentic.
Yes, yes, side one. Your time starts now, sir, ma'am.
Good afternoon, everyone. Myself, Pooja Chanda, student of Horichand Guruchand University, and my co-author Anirban Boshu Roy Chaudhuri, coordinator of Department of Journalism, Mass Communication, Horichand Guruchand University. My topic is between margins and mainstream, Dalit women in Indian media. uh, Dalit women in India's media discourse. So basically, we know caste-based violence and oppression have existed in India since ancient time and still persist today. Dalit and lower caste women face triple burden of gender discrimination, caste-based exclusion, and poverty. Caste is often used as a justification for injustice and violence that women from marginalized groups endure. These women face systematic neglect and lack of respect in households, schools, and broader patriarchal structures. In many families, daughters are treated as burden with the preference given to educating sons. Upper caste men often exploit, abuse lower caste women, perpetuating cycles of oppression. Limited access to education and economic resources in marginalized communities increase women's vulnerability. As a result, issues like child trafficking, forced labor, and slavery continue to impact lower caste women. A Dalit woman's life is shaped by intersections of caste oppression, gender bias, and economic hardship. My objectives of this paper to understand how Dalit women are presented in media, to talk about effects of sensationalism and underreporting on caste-based crimes against Dalit women, to learn the systematic barriers within the newsroom, and applying social media as an alternative platform for the Dalit reporting, and to talk about difficulties in the digital sphere for Dalit reporting. For literature review, I suggest for methodology, I chose Dalit Camera Khabar Lahariya, showing how narrative differ when marginalized voice control the discourse. Okay, according to 2019 study by CSDS, found over 85% decision making in Indian newsroom was occupied by upper caste members. Women were specially deleted and were almost absent. The lack of representation led by misinformation and misinterpretation at the editorial level. It shows the violence faced by the Dalit women in India is not caste landlords, harassment of Dalit girls in schools, and humiliation of being denied entry in temples or being conditioned to do degrading forms of labor. None of the matter get discussed in prime time debates or national headlines. Weak victims, too emotional, too suspicious, too criminal. But in life, Dalit women face a lot of things. They go to school, work
You're
hard
left
for the.
with 2 minutes.
They work hard. Dalit women are chosen to teach lessons to their families, communities through sexual sexual violence. Caste cooperation by the state and police is demonstrated by forced cremation, caste angle denial, and FIR. Okay, how can we change the big? Targeted hiring, mentorship, and leadership roles, fair reporting, enforcing caste sensitive editorial guidelines to avoid stereotypes and ensure platforms, social media, strengthen protection for Dalit creators online, including anti-harassment mechanism and accountability from platforms, and uh, provide funding and partnership for Dalit-led media. Dalit women survive triple amount of oppression in India. Their systematic neglect and reflects a broader caste patriarchal hierarchy that shapes Indian democracy. Every case reveals that mainstream media either silence their stories or reduce their caste dispute. True democratization of Indian media requires structural reform, inclusion of Dalit, especially Dalit women.
Your time is up, ma'am, for the presentation. Please wrap up quickly.
এটাই তো করছে। True democracy of Indian media requires structural reform, inclusion of Dalit, especially Dalit women in newsroom, caste-sensitive reporting, ethics. Systematic accountability is much more needed. Dalit feminist media initiative must be recognized, supported in broader aspect. Thank you.
Thank you so much, ma'am. Do we have any questions about anything? Any queries from the audience? Any questions? Okay. No, thank you, ma'am. Just to say, all the presenters, please stay. We'll have a group photo at the end. Please do not leave the hall. The next presenter of the day is Devoshmita Das, Suborno Roy and Deepika Mondol from Sister Nivedita University. Can you please come up on stage? Devoshmita Das. All the best.
Hello everyone, I am Devoshmita Das and my co-author are Suborna Roy and Deepika Mondol, all students of MA Journalism and Mass Communication from Sister Nivedita University, presenting research paper Marginality and Social Media in the 21st Century, research on Dalits of Bihar, India, using social media as a medium for empowerment and social justice. Dr. Bhim Rao Ramji Ambedkar, the father of Indian Constitution, was an economist, social reformer, and political leader who dedicated his life to fight against caste discrimination and championing Dalit rights. Born into a Dalit Mahar, he later rejected Hinduism and converted to Buddhism. This paper examines how Dalit in Bihar, which has the largest Dalit population in India, are using X, formerly Twitter, as a tool for empowerment and social justice. Objective of this paper is how caste-based discrimination against Dalits in Bihar is represented on Twitter, exploring whether the platform can amplify Dalit voices and facilitate awareness. The qualitative analysis component focuses on how the platform is used for Dalit empowerment and self-expression by examining the 6 most viewed posts that utilize key hashtags. Has become a platform for Dalit in Bihar to highlight documented atrocities like shooting, gang rape, and murders. The use of hashtags such as of the 77 young educated participants surveyed, social media, especially Twitter, YouTube, and Facebook, was their primary source of information on Dalit issue. The 10 questions surveyed was distributed online via Google Form and used a Likert scale. The majority trust social media more than traditional media and are aware of the hashtag Dalit Lives Matter. While Dalit youth use Twitter for open caste discussion, they considered it as a powerful tool for empowerment and justice, despite some uncertainty about its full effect. By bypassing mainstream media bias and amplifying margin.
Thank you so much. Do we have any questions? Any questions, any queries? Okay, thank you. With that, we come to the end of the presentation, the last presenter of the day, Abhishek Das. Can you please come on stage?
Good afternoon, everyone. I'm Abhishek Das, Protocol Officer, Department of Information and Cultural Affairs, Government of West Bengal. First, I would like to thank Sister Nivedita University for giving me this opportunity to present my research. I've been working over 7 years now. First, I started my work in Ministry of Information and Broadcasting, and then I moved on to Ministry of Culture. Today, I'll be presenting my paper, presenting my research on democratizing science communication for all, public relations as a tool for inclusive education in NCSM's outreach programs for marginalized communities. Science communication, first I'd like to introduce what science communication is. Basically, it's communicating science education. So science communication in India has always been a challenge because of our cultural and linguistic diversity. Unfortunately, marginalized communities, especially in rural and semi-urban areas, are often excluded due to top-down outreach models. The barriers are pretty obvious. Language differences. In every 10 kilometers, part of society. So here, public relation plays a crucial role. It helps build trust, shape narratives, and create two-way, culturally sensitive dialogue. Through PR, science communication can move from being instructional to being truly inclusive and participatory. So my case study focuses on the National Council of Science Museum, or National NCSM. Among people who otherwise have little or no access to scientific knowledge. So in this study, I explore how NCSM uses PR strategies using local languages, folk art forms, and community-centered media to bridge the gap between institution and marginalized communities. Four main objectives, just like a postulate gets transformed. Second is to evaluate how accessible and cultural relevant these programs are, especially through local languages and folk media. Third is to assess the effectiveness of flagship events like National Science Seminar or Science Drama Competition. And the fourth one is identify barriers, both systemic and institutional, that limit inclusivity and to see where gaps exist between theory and practice. So now comes research questions. The 4 research questions are how NCSM PR strategies promote participatory science communication among marginalized communities in West Bengal. Second one is how do outreach programs of NCSM, National Council of Science Museum, reflect cultural adaptation and inclusion. What I mean by cultural adaptation is like different linguistic approaches while making the curriculum or module of science education. I cannot go to a Bengali speaking person and speak to him in or teach him in Hindi. So that's why the cultural adaptation actually plays a big role over there. The third one is what role do local cultural narratives and community participation play in shaping the effectiveness of NCSM PR-driven outreach? Fourth one, the limitation and possibilities of using PR as a tool for democratizing science communication in Indian context. Grunig's two-way symmetrical model and excellence theory. Then diffusion of innovation, participatory communication model. And the fifth one, media ecology. Research methodology, my research methodology mostly have been qualitative, participatory and interpretive in style. I used primary sources like taking interviews.
2 more minutes and left.
I'll just sum it up. I looked at both national science centers, Science City Kolkata and BITM Kolkata. BITM is basically Birla Industrial Technological Museum, and then district science centers. But as a strategic enabler, so PR actually can bridge gaps between an institution and the people from the marginalized communities, underprivileged people as well. Then the outreach growth, there's a thing called MSC, that is a mobile science exhibition. It's basically a bus that goes from time to time in different parts of, across Indian, like borderlands. The analysis, I'll just quickly wrap up the analysis. The analysis, it says that the PR is, the PR is basically recognized as a strategic tool and it remains largely one-directional, not taking account feedback system, or even if it's taking account, it's very low. Second is outreach has expanded, but structural barriers remain. Third is cultural resonance is very inconsistent. So conclusion, in conclusion, this study actually shows that public relations can be a very transformative tool in science communication, if not used just for promotion, but for building trust, fostering dialogue, and ensuring participation. So NCSM has made significant strides, but there is still a long way to go in bridging systemic inequities. So by adopting this participatory and culturally adaptive approaches, India
Thank you so much, sir. Do we have any questions or queries from the audience? Anything to ask? Well, now I'll move to ma'am. Ma'am, do you have anything to share from the entire session? Any feedbacks or remarks? Yes, yes. You just need to on the mic from the bottom. Yep.
Okay, now? Yeah. All right, good afternoon, everyone, and thank you. Well, I will say this, that it was a wonderful opportunity today for me to be at SNU. And if there is one person I must thank, it has to be your Professor Orindam. Because the way he represented this idea to me, and the passion with which he spoke about representing the unseen is what will always remain in my heart. And I remember we were talking about this 2 days back in his office, and he was telling me about how the Potachitra makers are such a seriously remote, distant population size who are trying in every which way to cultivate an indigenous craft and perhaps represent civilization in which you and I will never be able to. Just the finesse, just the precision, just the accuracy of their work and their art is so moving that no science experiment perhaps in the world, no matter how successful, will ever be able to duplicate that. And that perhaps is the essence with which this program was. So I had no option but to agree to come and chair, which I'm very, very fortunate to have been able to do. And also because I was able to listen and learn to so many interesting discourses. And I will first of all congratulate all the different paper presenters, because you all did a fantastic job in putting across this idea of unseenness, and a little segment of which is what I work with in my department and my university. And some of my recent students from SNU are here, whom I have just met this week. So hi, and thank you for being here. Okay, so let's start with, and it is only fair that I should, because each one of you was so kind enough to come and present, I should address my little comments for each one of you. First of all, very briefly, in 2 sentences maybe, Tiasha. Tiasha, interesting, because I think you talk about transgender, and you talk about the critical study of portrayals of transgender in Bollywood. Now, I will sort of confess that when I'm talking about unseen, I am looking at more sections than Dalit. Now, there is obviously a greater emphasis on Dalits that you have shown through your different presentation, but I understand where we are coming from. This is also perhaps the greatest minority based on caste that the world has. So on that basis, it does warrant a substantive space. So therefore, I congratulate Tiasha, because you've talked about LGBTQ, but I would suggest that we sort of, the IPC is no longer there. So these are the little things. We now have the BNSS, the Bharatiya Nyaya Samhita, which has replaced the IPC, like of 2023. And now this is where we need to look at. So 377 and all of that has been outlawed. But what remains with us is what we need to look at with regard to the portraiture. Now, moving on to Dipanita, you have talked about symbols, right? And the fact that symbols are exclusionary. Now, also understand that, when you're talking about this sort of a relentless caste and class struggle amongst the middle class gentry and the poverty struck, marginalized, Dalit, untouchable, there are very, very sensitive and strong movies also in the parallel. But I think what my previous speaker, Mr. Mr. Tripathi was talking about sort of refers to it a bit. But I want to speak about what Mr. Joyanta Ghoshal said. And Oronne Din Ratri is that one movie which has perhaps served as the groundwork with regard to understanding this conflict. So that perhaps symbolizes the class-based caste struggle. You know what I'm saying? Class-based caste struggle. And that should be, I think, the starting point from which we go. And of course, we can look into there are now so many Hindi movies as well which have talked about it. So maybe we can take that as a starting point and, try and do more justice to it. But I think still good work. The third speaker was Anupam. And you spoke about folk media, right? And I remember you talked about 6 case studies. Please sit down. Thank you. You don't have to stand. The 6 case studies are a little limited because I think, when I'm saying limited, I'm not trying to underestimate your effort. What I'm trying to suggest is limited not in the sense of the number, but limited in the sense of the type. So when I talk about folk media, I'm not talking only about street theater. I am talking also, remember, about puppetry, right? I'm talking about storytelling. Okay, I'm talking about folk art. Pottochitra, for instance, do they also represent this form of discrimination through the art, through the elements? So there are different types. So the case studies are very well to be 6. But what we can have is we can have a greater variety with regard to the different types of forms that we are representing. Okay, but good work again. So lots to learn again. Please sit down. The next paper was with regard to trial by media. Largely trial by media, and I remember he talked about the different trials, Sagnik and Jui. I think your idea was to say that that there is a great impact of the television, of the radio, of the social media on a person's reputation today, right? So when you're talking about trial by media, what you are perhaps trying to imply is that there is a certain element almost of strategized fear, because there can be an onslaught on a person's or an organization's reputation based upon the social media's coverage or based upon the television news journalism. So therefore, not to sensationalize a story which is substantively important. That I think is important, and there are so many questions which can come along with it, like the question of media ethics, fairness, rule of law, for instance. And that should be important for the media to understand that before the verdict in the court of law, what I will represent in that way will be something which is fair and just and equal for all. So good work there, Sagnik and Jui. The next paper, which was also very interesting, was by Kathakali and Rishabh. And I think you spoke about, right, the narratives of Dalits and the poverty-struck people. So it is also very important, I think, somewhere to marry the two phenomena. So sort of to be able to see that there is, when you talk about portraiture of the Dalit, and you're also talking about poverty in that same paper, you can sort of see the historical, social portraiture of the Dalit being in that caste, Nadir, if I may, where that person is seen to be an object of poverty and submission. Absolutely no agency at all. And when you can see that scope with regard to journalism, with regard to bringing out that fascinating story of how this is inbuilt, and therefore there is almost a structural architecture which discriminates, from the state, from the society at large, I think we do a great work with regard. But I think we have started to think about it in your paper, Jui and Sagnik, and that is a work very well done. The next paper was presented by Pooja, and of course, along with her very able guide, Dr. Anirban, spoke about Dalit women again, and between margins and mainstreams. Very interesting idea. In fact, it reminded me of this great debate which has always been there, even amongst, when you talked about mainstream. So even that, mainstream feminism, for instance, still does not take on to context Dalit women's problems. It will talk about illiteracy, it will talk about dowry, it will talk about rape, but not really the Dalit woman's perception in society. And the other unfortunate thing here is that even the Dalit movement itself prioritizes the Dalit man. much, much more than the Dalit woman, you know. And we'll speak about the Dalit man in the context of, say, reservation, or say with regard to jobs, etc., you know, the creamy layer. So we will always have the discussion, but never will we hear something to do with the Dalit woman and in the context of, say, livelihood patterns and so on and so forth. So lots of things there which were said by you, which I really appreciate, and great start to that discussion. The next paper was on marginality and social media by Devoshmita, Shubarna, and Deepika. And I think you brought about very important issues like patriarchy. Please sit down. Thank you. Like patriarchy, oppression, and so on and so forth. You can also, I think, bring into context violence, you know, because that paper really gives itself out to that next dimension where you can bring in the emphasis upon violence, and violence not just visible but also invisible violence that we speak of, you know, that we sort of propagate in our own dining tables, for instance, when we talk about the other or the lesser, the xenophobic tendencies to which we are all catering towards. So great work as well, and thank you for that paper. And the final paper was, of course, the paper on science communication by Mr. Abhishek Das, and I think it was a very different idea in the given, you know, strategy of having our papers designed for this session. Very interesting. I would think that, and I remember you talked about the different, you know, National Council, the National Council of Science Museums, or different sort of protocols which go with it to study that. The only observation that I thought I could make with regard to that would be, you know, when we are trying to ensure, for instance, through this project, through this conclave here, to be able to sort of continue the dialogue. You know what Mr. Ghoshal said very beautifully. This is the starting of a dialogue, a process where we can talk about it. There are no solutions which will just come off overnight. But the idea to have the dialogue is perhaps not to have it only within the confines of the office environment of the Director General and the Deputy Director and the Education Officer and so on, but perhaps to go ground level, to perhaps talk with the community and to be able to put in that context so that science communication becomes relevant. You know, it could be through that geography that the science communication needs to be made relevant, to that peasantry, to that livelihood pattern there who are living in. So that, I think, would make that research more interesting, but I understand this must be the official ways in which you have to do that research, but I still would thank you that at least you have started thinking about doing that science communication work, and and we will have to adapt it towards making it more community driven. Perhaps is a little stronger word, but then maybe yes, community-based, community participatory-based, if not community-driven initially. So that is what I have to say with regard to the different papers, and I think it was a very fantastic session in the way in which it was designed and presented. I will just end by saying that, you know, when I said, why I've come here in this, because it was so amazing and so important for me to be part of this discussion, and I'm thankful to all the organizers and to the little children, Shunoyon and to Duti, who brought me after a 1.5 hour and more long journey to this university. So thank you for doing that. And they did not have lunch for me, and all of you who are there. Right, thank you. I know you're being taken care of very well here by your teachers. So thank you for that. I will say that, you know, as we go away from this conclave, and you have another wonderfully cerebral treat awaiting for you tomorrow, but as you go away and when you look at that representing the unseen, you know, what really strikes you is the fact, I do not know who thought of this, but when you're talking about representing, you are really, in this word, putting the onus of so much power in your own hands. Because who represents finally? Okay, let's for a moment look at the three words there, representing the unseen. The unseen here we know. The unseen is the ones who are unseen, the ones who are unheard of. I'll just stand up a bit because it seems I'm now pasted to the chair. So the unheard of, the people who are not only marginalized, but these are the people who are really at the last end of that ladder. So, you know, we're talking about the rarest of the rare, the oppressed, the most oppressed of the oppressed ones. Okay? So remember, these are the people who even perhaps fall beyond political representation. You know, it could be the tribal. It could be the person who has made that Pottochitro. It could be a woman who is so poor, who is so poverty struck, who lives so remote that she still does not have that ID. So therefore, who represents that person who is not politically represented? Right? And so you put in so much power in your hands. You put in so much power in their hands. It's interesting that you have this as your theme. And therefore, in that sense, also, I encourage you to, I think of one more person at this point, and that person's name was Gayatri Spivak Chakraborty, right? You know, she has this essay, 1998, Can the Subaltern Speak? Right? The subaltern term is from Antonio Gramsci, the very famous Marxist who was imprisoned because he talked about, right, breaking the ceiling, the subaltern, and he was imprisoned until his death when he passed away. Right, at 46. The word hegemony as well, absolutely. And so therefore, when you think of that, you understand that there is a greater impetus upon the responsibility of us as ordinary citizens and citizens who are the watchdogs of the country, right? So therefore, citizens in the city have this very crucial role that only we can perform and nobody else can. So in that sense, representing, that verb is so empowering, is something that I think I will at least go back with. And I thank you once again for being such a patient audience and for being with me all through. Thank you.
Thank you so much, ma'am. And all the presenters, each and every presentation were very interesting in some of the other ways. With that, I'll call up the convener of the conclave, Professor Arindam Basu.
মানে এটা এরকম আর কি, শেষ হইও হইলে না শেষ আর কি ওই রকম। কিন্তু আমরা তো মার্জিনাল নিয়ে কথা বলছি, অ্যান্ড আই ওয়ান্ট অল অফ ইউ টু, মোস্টলি দ্য স্টুডেন্টস, টু লিসেন টু দিস। আমরা উই হ্যাভ গিভেন ইউ আ পটচিত্র, ইউল সি আ শোল অফ ফিশ পেইন্টেড ইন এভরিওয়ানস পটচিত্র। তো আমি একটা মার্জিনাল থটকে একটু মেইন স্ট্রিমে নিয়ে আসছি, আমি এই জন্যই জাস্ট উঠলাম, কেননা আমরা মার্জিনালাইজড নিয়ে কথা বলছি। পটচিত্র যারা করেন তারা মূলত তিনটে ধারা নিয়ে করেন। I'll speak in English because Durgesh ji is here. So those who do পটচিত্র, they generally do it with three strain of thoughts: Ramayana, Mahabharata, and the Charit. So তার মধ্যে, and it has Manasa Mangal, it has all the Mangal kavyas in it also. Among all of these, one of the most popular trait is Matsya, the first avatar of Lord Vishnu. So what does Matsya symbolize? Matsya symbolizes procreation, fertility, prosperity. Number one. Number two, Matsya is significant to them because Matsya killed the demon Haragriva to rescue the Vedas that were stolen by him from a sleeping Lord Brahma. So that is the reason Matsya is such a very important motive for them. And when we talked with, when I was talking with the artists, I told them, make two distinct motives of Matsya for the presenters and for the delegation, because I want to gift them prosperity, progeny, and something that always gives a positive aura when they put it up in their house. But having said that, can you imagine all of the paintings that you've got? These are hand painted. So they have drawn two sets of 100 paintings, and believe me, when they were rolled, I was sitting there, I was watching. Each fish was drawn to a precision, and they are hand painted. 100 of them, two sets of hundreds. And this is about mainstreaming of the marginalized. We hear about Pottochitro, but we do not know the legends that are there behind it. Matsya is a very popular legend, and there is another thing. Matsya was taken care by King Manu. So we have all heard of Noah's Ark, isn't it? In Hindu mythology, there is also an ark built by Manu when the great deluge was hitting. And he took a pair of animal of all species, on that boat. So we are very West fetished, but Indian mythology has so much, and it's all from Lord Matsya. So that was something that I wanted to share with all of you, so that when you take home this Patachitra, don't just think of it as a piece of painting, but there is a lot of stories that are built around it. Thank you so much for your patience. Now could we have a group picture? All the faculties, all the presenters, I welcome them on stage. Please let us have a group picture. Joyantoda, Durgesh ji, sab aaiye please.